You know what everybody has in common? Everybody has what? An opinion. And we need to voice those opinions today. Diesel, Tua Tagovailoa. He's a very good quarterback. We know that Tua has had some injury history. However, to start the show today, we're going to dive in to what we've heard, the pushback on the Guardian helmets, and how Tua is approaching his return to football post another head injury. Welcome into Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I am Cole Bryson. If you are not watching and you're only listening right now, I want to encourage you to hop in the stream sometime. Not only can you listen to the show, you can also watch us anytime. We're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, and we are live on YouTube. So good to be with you today. Diesel, we've heard from Tua Tagovailoa recently this week, and I cannot wait to hear your thoughts as well as the thoughts of our Tolos and the thoughts of David Newton of ESPN, who we're going to be joined by later in the program. But it's a very iffy situation. You kind of have to walk on broken glass when you talk about this because everybody, like I said, everybody does have an opinion, Diesel, but at the end of the day, it's Tua's decision to make on if he continues to play football.
Well, have you ever heard the saying when it comes to mental health? And this is only a joke here, okay? If anybody's actually dealing with real mental health issues, go get it taken care of. But the hardest thing about people thinking you're crazy is convincing them that you're not. You're asking somebody who's suffered now multiple head injuries to tell you whether or not he's okay to go out and play again. It's kind of a self-defeating prophecy, right? Your brain, your eggs have been scrambled so many times that you probably shouldn't get to decide after all whether or not your head and your brain is good enough to go out and play.
That's a good point.
I would genuinely love to know what the neurologists think about his brain condition, about the multiple times we've seen him do this on the field because his brain forgot how to curl his fingers. You know, I mean, how many times are we going to let somebody who's had a head injury tell you that his head injuries aren't affecting him anymore?
True. And another point, to tag along to your point, Diesel, he's 25 years old, right? I'm not much older than Tua. And if I were 25 years old, just as I was not long ago, and I had millions of dollars, and I have had a successful football career thus far, like I made it to the NFL. At 25 years old, Diesel, I don't know if I, Cole, thinking as Tua, would make the best decision for my health. I think it's very, very important in this conversation, not only that you and I are having, but in the conversation that Tua has with the doctors and the medical professionals, right? Those who get paid for a living to do this. He needs to have really smart people in his circle. And we're going to hear audio from Tua in just a second, Diesel. But I do believe another aspect of it is, look, he's just 25 years old. He's got to have somebody in his circle helping him understand what life after football could look like.
Yeah, there's certain elements of this that harken back to Tom Brady and his retirement when he told Giselle he was going to retire. Where's Tua's wife? Where's Tua's parents? Where are Tua's kids saying, Dad, don't do this anymore. Hang it up. Look, far be it for any of us to tell somebody not to do something they love.
That's right. Yeah.
Anymore. But Tua is worth $30 million at 25 years old. I don't know how many lifetimes a 25-year-old could live on $30 million, but I guarantee you Tua has great financial people in his corner. He has people looking out for his well-being. He has people watching all of his assets and his investments and things like that. Maybe it's time to just go enjoy being one of the richest 25-year-olds on the planet, right? Use your intelligence, use what cognitive function you have left to figure out how to turn your 30 million into 50 million and turn that into 100 million. Look, all these players who are getting out of the game early, all these players who have made tremendous sums of money doing what they do, they don't just stop earning a paycheck as soon as they hang up the jersey for the last time.
Sure.
They have people who help turn their money into a lot more money. So Tua, go be great at that, would you? I don't want to see you. I don't want to see Tua die on the field.
Oh, God.
That would be the worst thing that could ever happen for the NFL. Now, I know what Roger Goodell would say. Well, we're all really sorry to see what happened to Tua, but it was his decision, and he got out there and played. You know, I don't want to see this happen to Tua, but it's tough to watch him keep making this decision time and time again. It's like watching Rocky.
Yeah.
And watching Rocky keep going through concussion after concussion after concussion. This ain't the movies, though.
No, this is real life.
Yeah, you don't have 10 concussions from getting punched in the head for a living, Rocky Balboa, and then somehow find a way to win in the very last fight.
So the question for the first segment of the show, for you Tolos to answer as well, 71307, start your text with the word fan. Phone lines are also open, 844-FAN phone. That's 844-326-3663. In your opinion, does Tua see past football? Or is this the right decision? Does it matter? Because we know, Diesel, that if the injuries continue, it could impact not only football, but life after football, like you brought up. Here is Tua, two different cuts of audio. The first one about the love of the game, or the love that Tua has for the game.
There are a lot of people out there legitimately worried about your health and making sure that you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to those that are worried that you might get hurt again and this is something that's going to continue?
I appreciate your concern. I really do. I love this game, and I love it to the death of me. That's it. I love this game, and I love it to the death of me. That's it.
Very simple. I love this game, and I love it to the death of me.
That's stubbornness.
However,
it's pure stubbornness. And look, we know head injuries can have a lot of different effects, and a head injury, oftentimes will make people more irritable. You hear about the players that, 20 years after they finish playing the game, they're incredibly irritable, right? Like their tempers are extremely short. They don't make great decisions. I don't know if that's what's going on in Tua's brain. I'm not a neurologist, and I didn't stay in a Holiday Inn last night.
I don't like the choice of words there. Again,
I love this game, and I love it to the death of me.
You got to use better words there, dude. Yeah, I love it to the death. No, we just saw DeMar Hamlin not long ago, Diesel, literally die on the field. Like, no, you can't say I love this game to the death of me when we've seen that in recent years. You have to. And again, you said it a minute ago. It's completely up to him. There's no doubt about it. But at some point, you have to think about what could happen down the road. He also weighs the risk that we take, Diesel, you and I, getting in our cars and coming to work every day.
Well, how much risk do we take when we get up in the morning to go drive to work, get into a car crash? Maybe, I don't know. Everything I think takes risk. So to answer that question, every time we all suit up, we're all taking a risk that we could potentially get hurt, whether it's a concussion, a broken bone, anything. You get up off of the bed the wrong way, you potentially could risk you spraining your ankle. There's just risk in any and everything. And I'm willing to play the odds. That's it.
He's willing to play the odds. However, me getting in my car, driving to Greenville from Spartanburg every day is completely different than going out and playing a game where you are literally playing a game that's physical, that's brutal, and we've seen in recent years people have very serious injuries. That's a terrible analogy, Diesel. I don't at all like what Tua said.
Well, to simplify what you just said there, you get in your car every day, you might get in a car crash. You suit up and go play in the NFL, you know you're going to get in a car crash.
Yeah,
That's
every play.
That's what happens. And look, I mean, again, none of us can make this decision for Tua. I don't know if he's got something in the back of his mind that says, okay, if I get one more concussion, I'm going to hang it up.
God,
if I get two more concussions, I'm going to hang it up. If I get three more concussions, I don't know. I don't know what this guy, needs to have happen to his life and to his brain to say, you know what, I've had enough.
Yeah,
I've had enough. And Cole, we're gonna talk about this a couple of different times throughout the show today. But the breaking news, if you missed it earlier today, is that NC State quarterback, former Coastal Carolina quarterback Grayson McCall, has decided to hang it up for that exact reason.
Yeah.
He has decided, after the repeated head injuries that he's suffered both at Coastal and at NC State, that it's in his best interest to go ahead and retire from playing the game. Now, he says he wants to pursue a career in coaching. I have no idea if Grayson McCall has what it takes to go be a coach. I know he's got the drive to be a heck of a football player. So, we obviously wish him the absolute best there. Everybody's got to make this decision for themselves. Everybody's got to decide, is it right for me to go out there and continue taking this risk? Grayson is risking potentially a lot of money with a future. I mean, he's not going to be a first-round draft pick, but a future NFL career. He might have 3 to 4 years on a practice squad, where he's going to collect a couple $100,000 and ride off into the sunset and start being a coach somewhere, versus Tua, who's got $30 million in the bank right now.
Sure. So what's interesting, Diesel, in the past, the NFL has cited studies that the severity of player impact is reduced by 10% with a guardian cap. And we've had this conversation on the show before. We know a guardian cap is not like the ultimate solution. If it were, everybody would be wearing it.
It's not a Hans device.
No, it's not. While the severity is reduced by at least 20%, Diesel, if two players who are wearing the guardian caps collide, it reduces it by 20%. So given Tua's history, including the latest one where he landed on the ground wrong, there was an external speculation that he could decide to wear it upon his return. However, he shot that down very quickly. We talked about that the other day. It's very interesting what Mike McDaniel said regarding Tua. We aren't allowed to mandate things that aren't mandated in terms of their attire. Head coach Mike McDaniel said Monday. I think in terms of his career, we just have a high priority to pass forth information and knowledge so that decisions can be made with the full breadth of information. I think that I always preach that it is the individual's players' determination if they want to do so. And so what you don't do is skirt the information gathering process, and you make sure they're well informed and they have access to all available options, which is very important to me, says Mike McDaniels. And then he says, and then players, when they're making choices that relate to their playing their careers as it's negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement, I appreciate the individual determination for how they play. So basically what he's saying is I appreciate their effort and their determination, but it's up to them at the end of the day whether they're going to do the smart thing or the dumb thing. My opinion is Tua's not doing the smart thing here. The other option is the dumb thing. And again, you can say, well, Cole, you've never been in that position. You don't have millions and millions of dollars at risk. You're right. I haven't. I don't. But at the end of the day, Diesel, he's had 4+ concussions. Who knows how many he had in high school? Sure. Who knows how many he had at Alabama? He's young.
Players always talk about that. They always say, yeah, I had like 3 or 4 really good bell ringers, and then I had a whole bunch of little ones on top of that. I think, who was it? Brett Favre recently came out and said, yeah, I probably had hundreds of concussions in my lifetime. Look, you can't force them not to play. You can't kick him out of the league. Correct. It has to be his decision ultimately. Madcraft says, I personally don't get this. This dude wants to play. Let him play. Madcraft, we don't have the ability to stop him from playing.
That's right.
We're just over here discussing as a bunch of dudes
and
with microphones and headphones talking about what we think he should do, what we would do if we were in that position. Sure. So we don't have the ability to stop him from playing.
And if you don't get it, Madcraft, go back and watch other head injuries and how it impacts, and go do research on how it impacts life after football. If you don't get this, I don't know if you've just lived under a rock your entire life, but like this brain that sits in fluid, it can be damaged and it can impact your entire life after football. And unfortunately, Diesel, Tua will be must-see TV for all the wrong reasons. That's the reality of it. He'll be must-see TV for all of the wrong reasons.
Well, and the best thing that could happen for the NFL, and I mean this with a massive grain of salt, is that once players start experiencing symptoms like this, they've been out of the game long enough that they're kind of swept under the rug. I mean, like, do you believe that in 2050 we're going to be talking about Tua and his head injuries? I mean, who knows if the NFL will even exist in 2050, right? But players who have gone through this start to get forgotten because we're focused on the new guys, the guys that are playing the game now. You know, the best thing that could happen for the NFL is that you're very rarely, until really Tua the last 2 years, you're very rarely seeing those blatantly obvious repercussions right there on the field. I'm talking about the 2 or 3 times that we've seen Tua Tagovailoa get hit or his head bounce off the turf and his fingers do this.
Yeah.
That's not normal. That's not supposed to happen.
That's the scariest thing I've ever seen, Diesel.
That should be the glaring thing that says we've got a big-time problem in the NFL. Not that we don't already know that, right? I'm not saying anything that we don't already know, but the NFL ought to be happy for the fact that that doesn't happen very often. The problem is it's happened multiple times to the same player. He's recovering from this yet again, and he's saying, you know what? I'm going to go back out there. You know, the only thing I could think of, Cole, is I know you're not a movie guy, but if anybody's ever seen the movie Casino, one of the great mafia movies ever, Danny DeVito's character says, I'm going to mess you up, and I'm going to go to jail. And then right as you're coming out of your coma, I'm going to be getting out of jail, and I'm going to mess you up again. And I'll go back to jail again. You know why? Because I'm stupid. I don't care. I'm going to go back again. And that's kind of where Tua is right now. He's playing the, I'm stupid. I don't care about my brain. I don't care about my family. I don't care about my health. I'm going to go out there anyway. Problem is we can't stop him.
No, we can't stop him. And look, I get it. Madcraft, to your point, it's not our place to say whether he can or cannot. We can't decide. We're just 2 radio hosts. However, when you see images, Diesel, like you just talked about, with his fingers curled up, and everybody's seen that. You cannot. That doesn't escape your mind. You know how you forget things? You and I, we forget things. That you don't forget that. That is so bad. You just don't forget it, and that's what's concerning. A lot of texts coming in, 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Texter from the 419 says, if the Guardian cap is scientifically safer and looked identical all the other approved helmets, the players would wear it. The thing looks goofy, and that's the reason everybody doesn't want to wear it. May not be admitted, but that's the fact. Well, Texter, I don't know why you care about how you look if you're alive. Like I'm confused there.
Well, this is like telling a little kid who doesn't want to wear the knockoff sneakers to school on the first day. And he says, Mom, I gotta have those $100 Jordans. Well, son, I can't afford the $100 Jordans. You get the $12 Walmart special. Well, I don't want to wear the $12 Walmart special. All the kids are going to make fun of me.
Yeah.
You know, that's ultimately what we're talking about with the Guardian cap. I wonder, Cole, if there's a way to essentially put a shell on the outside of the Guardian cap. It's almost like you're adding more. The helmet's going to get massive, right? If you wanted to invent some sort of a helmet where nobody could ever get their brain injured, their helmet would be massive. It'd be like carrying around a 55-gallon trash can on your shoulder pads. You know, the fact is this is a dangerous game, and the players are getting bigger. They're getting faster. They're getting stronger. The hits are getting more violent. Sure, they're trying to legislate some of these things out of the game, but you can't take it all out. It's just impossible. It's the nature of the game. Nobody ever really gets hurt playing chess, but it's not nearly as violent a game as football is. You can't take everything out. And, you know, this is America. You can't take the chili dog out of the obese person's mouth. You can't always take the bottle of liquor out of the alcoholic's hand. You can't take the drugs out of the junkie's veins. If they want it, they're going to find a way to go get it.
But I like chili dogs.
I know you do. I know. So do I.
Texter
I had
says,
chili dogs last weekend, and they were great.
Texter says, the problem I have with Tua versus other players I've seen is that the last hit that knocked Tua out was a mild contact by NFL standards. He's more fragile than he should be. And Texter, to your point, his injuries, it's not like they're targeting calls, collisions. It's his head bouncing off the turf. It's things you just haven't seen before, and that's what's so scary about it.
And neurological injuries like that are cumulative. You can get knocked on your butt and have your head bounce off the field the way that it did. You can have your fingers go stiff and not be able to move. And then a month later, you seem totally fine and ready to go back out onto the field. But guess what? Now your brain health has gone from 100% to 90%.
It's tough, man.
And then you get hit a second time and you do it again. Now you go from 90% down to 70%, right?
Yeah.
It's a cumulative thing that builds up over time. And, again, Madcraft, you can come at us all you want to about how we shouldn't get to have an opinion on this, or we shouldn't get to tell Tua what to do. We don't want to see the guy die on the field.
Right.
Okay?
And that's exactly what I was going to say to finish my part of this. I agree with you. It's not me saying, oh, you should do this or you should do that. You're exactly right. I don't want to see. I watched DeMar Hamlin live on a Monday night.
Yeah.
Or was it a Sunday or Monday night? I watched it live, and it was one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I don't want to ever have to sit there and watch that again, or anybody else to have to watch that. And more than that, I don't want any player to have to go through that, Diesel. It's nothing about me or you trying to say, oh, well, he should do this. It's about his safety. And at some point, people have to realize, to the texter's point, he is way more fragile than most NFL players.
Cole, when we come back, let's talk college football. Let's talk Clemson Tigers. We're going to rate the threat levels posed by each remaining team on Clemson's schedule. We're looking at home. We're looking at away. We're looking at defenses and offenses, and who actually poses the biggest threat to Clemson. We'll get to that next on the other side, right here on the Fan Upstate. Tolo's The Upset Picks Challenge is open. We're ready to take your picks. Who do you think is going to get the big upset this weekend? We'll go to ESPN.com, find a game where you think the betting underdog is going to get the outright win, and text it to us at 71307. Send us your name, your game, and the spread. And if your upset pick hits, you will get the number of points by which that team was an underdog added to your rolling season-long tally. We are attempting, Cole, to break the record of 120 picks in a week. I think we can get there.
Well, you're going to have one less.
Why is that?
I'm done. After last night, after what happened last night, I am done.
Oh.
How in the world did that happen?
So we have a Tolo who goes by the
I'm glad, by the way, I like what you did on the run sheet.
I'm not sure we can say this.
That's what I'm saying.
On the air.
I like your modification.
I think we're just going to have to call him Gravy.
I said it yesterday and felt so dirty.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, God, what I just said.
Because think about this, Cole. There's no vowels in this Tolo's screen name, username, handle, whatever you want to call them. I'll just let you, the Tolos playing along at home, imagine how you would say this screen name. YNGRVYNTZ.
After I said it yesterday, I was like, what'd I just say?
GRVYNTZ. Like, you can't say the first two words because that sounds horrible. You can't say the last two words together because that sounds horrible.
Worse.
Like, you can't say Young Gravy. Ugh, that sounds creepy as hell to say on the radio. You can't say Gravy Nuts on the radio because that sounds creepy as hell.
So we're going to call him what? Gravy?
Just Gravy.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
We'll just call him Gravy. Gravy hit on a 26-point upset last night.
Freaking ridiculous.
The 0-6 Kennesaw State Owls get their first ever FBS win as a young FBS program. The Owls. Who? Yeah. Beat the 5-0 Liberty Flames, who, you know, Cole, I have bashed repeatedly on this show for not playing a strength of schedule that's worth a damn. As a matter of fact, worst strength of schedule 2 years in a row in FBS football, and they got it done. Now, it came down to the wire, by the way. That game came down to, it was a wire-to-wire football game.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Kennesaw State was up 10 with about 2 minutes to play. Liberty scored, got the ball back on a 3-and-out, and then Cole had an opportunity to go down there and get into field goal range and potentially make something happen. But it wasn't meant to be. Jamie Chadwell's Liberty Flames go down in flames.
That's embarrassing.
Kennesaw State poured a bucket of water on them. 0-6 beat 5-0.
That's so embarrassing.
Unreal. So congratulations to Gravy, who, Cole, I don't know where he was in the challenge before. It would take a minute to look up because we have over 100 Tolos who have points in this thing right now. It would be hard to find him on the list, but add 26 points to that. And just if he didn't have any points at all, Cole, he would now be in the top 25.
It's crazy. I'm just telling you, after last night, I was mind blown.
Sorry to inform you, JD. JD got his pick in earlier. He says he's taking Rutgers plus 13.5 over USC. JD, if you get your pick wrong this weekend, Gravy's going to pass you. I'm sorry to tell you that.
That's nuts, man.
Sorry to break that news to you.
It's nuts.
But it's just wild. It's wild.
It's Gravy.
What happened.
It's young.
Okay, Cole. So Clemson Tigers. Clemson Tigers have a couple of games left to play in the season. They are rolling people right now. It's not even particularly fun to talk about anymore, right? They are consistently embarrassing bad competition. And that's not really all that compelling to talk about. We're trying here, guys. We're trying. But South Carolina is a much more compelling and interesting team to talk about right now because they're up and down. They're up and down. They have phenomenal performances one week on one side of the ball, and then they crap the bed on that same position group the next week. They are a fascinating team to talk about, Cole. But the Clemson Tigers, they're just putting up 500 yards of offense every week. Like, it's no big deal taking the starters out in the middle of the third quarter.
Stroll it apart.
Yeah, so it's not all that fun to talk about Clemson right now, breaking down the X's and O's of what they've done, because we know that next week, and I don't mean next week literally, I mean next week in the figurative sense, they're going to play another weak opponent, and they're probably going to do the same thing yet again. And we're not going to get anything interesting from Dabo. We're not going to be able to really criticize anything. And if we do, we'll have texters hitting us up. What do you think you're doing? Criticizing this, criticizing that. Didn't you see what happened on the field? So there you go. We're just not going to talk about them at all anymore. If that's what we have to do. But Cole, I want to talk about the threat level that's now posed. Now that we're into a decent part of the Clemson Tigers schedule, we've got a series of decent opponents ahead, not SEC level opponents, even though South Carolina is on the schedule. Let's talk about the threats posed by the remaining teams on their schedule. Okay. 2 weeks, a week from right now, Clemson will be playing Louisville at home. Louisville at home for Clemson. K4ratings.com. I go there all the time. We had them on the show yesterday. You can find that on the stream. You can find that on the podcast platform as well at thefanupstate.com. Kelly Ford sees Clemson as just 3 points better than Louisville when you consider when you compare them to the average football team in America. Yeah. So Kelly, just on surface, looking at this one individual metric, it's calling a close football game between Clemson and Louisville.
Well, Louisville can score with anyone.
Yeah.
Louisville has shown, even last week, even that their defense in that loss gave up a ton of points to Miami. Louisville can score, man. And look, they've got a lot of key critical injuries right now, but they can score. They're a good offense. So when you talk about them being a threat, I do believe they're a threat. But when you look at, let's say, for example, on a scale of 1 to 10, where that threat would be, I don't think it's a 1-2, kind of like Wake Forest and, Virginia have been. I also don't think it's a 9-10 like other teams. South Carolina could be potentially later in the season. I think it's somewhere in the middle. I don't know if I only see them as 3 points better. I would probably say more like 10 points, Diesel. And we're going to see – we talk a lot about Miami, and their offense and maybe their lack of defense. But when these two teams play, we'll have seen Louisville against Miami's defense, and then we'll have seen Louisville versus Clemson's defense. So that should give us a good mark of how good Clemson's defense is.
Well, Louisville are 0-3, Cole, against teams inside the top 25. But they did put up 24, 27, and 45 points, respectively, against Notre Dame, SMU, and Miami. All three of those losses were by a single touchdown. They were in every single one of those football games that just haven't gone their way. So Louisville can score with anybody. They can score with anybody. That is definitely a threat. What was that?
I think it was my chair.
Oh, I thought it was a new sound effect.
No.
Okay.
It was this chair from 1997.
Those chairs have been here since I worked here, and I've been here almost 20 years.
Yeah.
SMU and Notre Dame both have top 25 defenses. So clearly Louisville and Tyler Schuff at quarterback can score against good defenses. Tyler played a good football season. He's got over 2,000 yards passing already, and he takes good care of the football. I think he has like 3 interceptions on the season. Louisville offensively does definitely pose a threat to Clemson.
They do.
They can. They can score with anybody. If they can score with Miami and Cam Ward and stay with them and keep that a 7-point football game, Clemson fans, you better not be sweeping this one under the rug. You better not be thinking, our defense is just going to go out there and shut them down the way we did against Louisville, the way we did against Wake Forest, against Virginia in the first half. Not talking about the fourth quarter of that game, but I think Louisville definitely poses a threat on the offensive side of the ball. Let's flip over to the other side. Can Clemson stop good offenses? Well, not against Georgia or Virginia. Virginia has had a good offense prior to the first half of that football game. Fourth quarter, they put up points. So, I think there's definitely a reason to be concerned. I'm going to go threat level 7 out of 10, Cole, especially if the scheduling gods make this a night game. Man, it's 2024. Nobody is safe from the upset. I know what happens in other games doesn't affect what's happening in this game, Cole, but nobody is seemingly immune to the upset this year. I'm going 7 out of 10.
I'm with you there. I like that.
After that, Cole, they go on the road, face Virginia Tech in Blacksburg. Virginia Tech is an up and down football team. 1 week they're hot. The next team, they're hot garbage. It's hard to tell what Virginia Tech team Clemson is going to face. Virginia Tech did lose to Vandy to start the season, but now, Cole, that's looking like a quality loss.
Yeah, it is.
That's looking like a quality loss. And Virginia Tech can play good defense. They held Stanford to 7 points on the road. The problem is Virginia Tech can't stop any offense with a pulse.
And my issue here is Virginia Tech doesn't have a quality win. Like, I understand that Virginia Tech's a tough environment, and people think going up there is like playing in Kansas City against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, but I don't see it much of a threat. I'm thinking 3 or 4 here. Virginia Tech, again, they've beaten Marshall, Old Dominion, Stanford, who's not good, and Boston College. So if I have to pick one decent win, yeah, Boston College is a pretty good win. You put up 42 on Boston College. They've shown that they're a competitive team this year. They did start off a little better and now are a little bit on the decline, Diesel, but just not a lot that I've seen that's really impressed me. Yeah, the Miami game was close. That last play, everybody knows the controversy there right when the hurricane hit. A lot of people here didn't watch it, but I'm just not seeing a ton that really jumps off the page to me that makes me think that this will be much of a threat. So I'll say like 3.5.
3.5. That's it?
Yep.
That's it. Well, Clemson's going to have a tough time dealing with Antoine Powell-Ryland off of the defensive line. He's got 11 sacks on the season already. Again, if this is a night game, if the scheduling gods decide to make it tougher on Clemson and they put this at night, I'm going to go a 5 just because they haven't faced an environment like that since August. This fan base is going to be up for that game. If it's a daytime game, I'm with you. I'm putting it down closer to a 4.
Yeah.
There you go. So we've got the threat from Louisville. I've got it as a 7. You have it as a 7 as well.
Yeah, I like 7.
For Virginia Tech, night game, I've got it as a 5. Day game is a 4. Cole, you're a little less froggy about the Virginia Tech Hokies. You're going 3.5. Cole, after that, they go on the road and face number 19 Pitt. I'm not a believer in Pitt. I know they're 19, but I think it's probably been more of a function of what's happened to the teams ahead of them in the rankings. You know, they've got a good offense. They can move the ball, but they don't actually put the ball in the end zone all that often offensively. Just 28 offensive touchdowns on the season. They are prolific at moving the ball, picking up yards per game. They're just not putting the ball in the end zone too much when you compare it against the other best offenses in the country. So I'm not really all that concerned about Pitt. I think Clemson limits their mistakes here, and they win this game fairly convincingly on the road.
And again, Pitt 6-0, so you have to give them credit for that. But then again, you look at their wins: Kent State, Cincinnati, West Virginia, Youngstown State, North Carolina, who's horrible, and Cal. They beat Cal by 2 points. I would say probably
who have they played?
Nobody. I'd say probably a 4 out of 10 here. Maybe one more.
With you.
Than VT.
I've got you right there as a 4 as well. Citadel, that's an easy one. Clemson's not going to lose that game. That's not a threat.
Yeah, no threat.
Citadel poses more like a 1. And here we go, Cole, as they're going to face South Carolina in Pickens County to end the season. Rivalry game. Don't know when this game is going to be played yet, Cole, but this one is a fascinating game because we don't know which South Carolina is going to show up that week. If South Carolina is up that week, and I have faith that they will be in that week, I'm going a solid 8.
Ooh,
solid 8 for South Carolina coming into Clemson. That is a big time threat. Clemson has not faced a defense like this since week 1.
I don't have a ton of disagreement here. I do believe both teams will be up for this one. It's South Carolina, Clemson, South Carolina, however you want to call it. It's the game that both teams are going to have circled without a doubt. I do think it being played in Clemson's big. However, Shane Beamer showed not long ago, just 2 years ago, that he can win in Clemson. He did.
Yeah.
And at halftime, he was down big, I think 14-0, something like that, came back. And at halftime, I remember he said on his halftime interview that we're going to come out in the second half and we're going to win the game. And they did. And he has confidence there. He's won there before. I don't think Shane Beamer's scared of Clemson. I really don't. I think, what'd you say, 8?
I said 8.
Yeah, I'd say 8.5. 8.5.
Wow.
I mean, I really do. I think South Carolina's defense, they're going to threaten Clemson in ways and challenge Clemson in ways, Diesel, that they have not been challenged at all this season.
Well, what's going to be really fascinating about this game is the edge rush. Can the edge rush get to Cade Klubnik? Can they force him outside? Cade in the games that I've watched him in this year has looked so much more comfortable in rolling out and throwing on the run. So that may neutralize some of that threat, especially depending on where the offensive line forces guys like Dylan Stewart to go. If you can force him inside and allow Cade to get outside, I think it neutralizes some of that pass rush. But I think South Carolina, just has so many maulers on that defensive line that it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Clemson. This is a real threat.
No, they're definitely a threat, and I cannot wait. It'll be the next time, the only time that Clemson plays a team that's really, really a threat. And I'm not taking anything away from Louisville or other teams, but at the end of the day, we all know that their schedule's trash. All right, Diesel, in the very next segment, High School Player of the Week for Week 8, it was Dominique Odom of Blacksburg High School. He had a fantastic night for Blacksburg on Friday. We'll talk to our High School Player of the Week next. It's time to talk a little high school football, as we do pretty frequently here on the Fan Upstate, especially tomorrow. On Friday, we'll get you my picks, a slate of games tomorrow, and then again, some more games on Saturday. School's still scrambling because of the hurricane, but we want to bring in the Fan Upstate Player of the Week for Week 8. He had a fantastic night. Dominique Odom of Blacksburg High School, 17 carries, 160-plus yards, and 3 touchdowns. Dominique, we appreciate you hopping on with us, man. Talk about the big win on Friday night and what went into your success on the football field Friday.
I feel like our O-line had a really good night that game, to be honest. Because, the running back can't get yards without the O-line. They gotta set the blocks, I'm sorry if I stutter over my words a little bit, but they did really good that night. I think that was the main part of my success in that game.
Dominic, can you go into just what scheme the coaching staff put together for you on Friday that was able to bust this thing wide open, man? It's absolutely the most prolific offensive performance that your team, the Blacksburg Wildcats, have had this season. And you've had a couple of games where you put up a lot of points, Cherryville and Ware Shoals, both in the 40-plus point range. But what was really the scheme that really gave you guys the opportunity to find so much success?
I feel like their Bonnie Cone's defense was really they weren't really good up the middle. That's what was able to that's what we took advantage of. We ran the ball up the middle a lot that game, and we were able to score when we got to the red zone. We were able to push first down each drive, and I feel like that Bonnie Cone is not I'm not going to say they're a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like we played our hardest that night.
And you guys were the better team, it seemed like, on Friday. We're talking to Dominique Odom, the Fan Upstate Player of the Week of Blacksburg High School from Week 8. 3-4 on the season. Dominique, talk about what it's been like adopting the culture that your coach, Josh Batchelor, has put in place, you guys getting better and better every season.
I feel like Coach Batchelor has done a great job coaching this year. I've just transferred in from Indian Land last year, and I feel like I've had a much better experience with this school. I feel like it's a very good environment. Coach Batchelor, he really cares about his players, deeper than football. He cares about them, mentally, physically. He takes care of them, in the school building. If they got anything personal going on, Coach Batchelor, he's someone to look up to.
Dominic, we have a listener of our show who is an alum of the school you're about to face this weekend. We have a Clinton Red Devil listening to the show right now. What opportunities do you think you have and that you've looked at this week, watching film and in scheming and prepping for this game, that you think you're going to find success on this weekend?
Just gonna run hard, lower my shoulders, push your first down each drive. There's not much more I can do about that because, we never know. You never know if they throw anything new at us, mid-game. You just got to adjust and, play hard.
Dominique, you had 17 carries on Friday night. At what point as a running back do you feel like you're getting in the groove where you're like, all right, feed me. Let's keep this ground attack going? I mean, is it like 10 or is it less than that when you kind of feel like you could have the potential for a big night?
It's after that first hit. My adrenaline gets going. The second I get the ball, if I get hit that first time, I'm good for the rest of the game.
There you go.
Dominic, we talk a lot about, the way that different coaches put together a running scheme for a team. Some coaches love to have two backs that they can split back and forth, split carries between, a back that's a north and south runner and a back that's a east and west runner. And we also talk about teams that love to really give the ball to one guy and just let that one guy go out there and cook. What's the best way for you as a running back to go out and play? Are you a north and south kind of guy, a bruiser? Are you a shifty guy left and right? And do you like getting the majority of the carries?
I'm pretty universal with my running style. I don't really have a specific way that I like to run the ball. As long as it's functional, in the game, I'm pretty persistent with how I run throughout the night.
Dominique, we have a lot of listeners up in that area, especially in Gaffney. Give your best pitch on why folks should come out. 2 games left, obviously, at Clinton, and then you guys home against Liberty, and then you have the added week that the high school league gave you. Give your best pitch on why folks in your area should come out and watch Blacksburg High School football.
We're going to go out there. We're gonna make history for the first time in about 8 years.
Wow, that's
There you
bold.
go.
Dominique, great stuff, man. Really appreciate you. You were fantastic, and not only on the air, but fantastic on Friday night as well. Best of luck Friday night.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Dominique Odom, fantastic interview, very well spoken. Man, I love talking to these athletes, man. There's you get what you're gonna get with high school athletes, but you can tell the good coaches, Diesel, they talk like Dominique talked about his coach and Josh Batchelor. When you talk to players, my point is when you talk to players with really good coaches, you can learn that. You can feel that from the players because, the players have no choice but to talk good about their coaches, and that's exactly what Dominique did. Fantastic stuff there.
Yeah, and having the confidence of having a good coaching staff around you gives you the opportunity to shine in multiple scenarios. It's hard for a lot of people to get on the phone and talk on the radio, knowing that thousands of people are listening to them right now. And
he was great, man.
Guys that can have the versatility to come on and do that, especially somebody with no media training whatsoever, that definitely speaks to the culture
really
they have
good,
there
no doubt.
at Blacksburg High School. When we come back, Cole, we've got a number of upset picks that have already come in today. We'll review some of those and make another plea for you Tolos who have not yet gotten in your upset picks this week to get them in. We'll also discuss ours as well. That's next on the Fan Upstate. Texter is throwing shade at our previous guest, Dominic Odom from Blacksburg, who had a phenomenal football game last Friday night. Texter says, quote, "Good luck, Dominic, but I hope you have tough sledding against Clinton, brother." I believe that's JD,
yep.
our texter, who went to Clinton.
He's a Red Devil.
He is a Clinton Red Devil. How did this work out on the schedule, Cole, where Blacksburg are playing two teams that are the Red Devils 2 weeks in a row?
It's great though.
Like,
right?
they're going to try to do some sort of seance.
Hey, Burns played to start the season. We had 3 Yellow Jackets in a row. We had Hannah, TL Hannah, Irmo, and Greer back to back. Yellow Jackets, and Burns got stung 3
Did,
times.
like, all these schools have the same AD when they first launched and decided on a school name? I mean, come on. We need some.
I think Yellow Jackets is the most popular one.
We need some creativity in these school names. Y'all need to start switching some things up. That's why I love Cole, and I have no affiliation whatsoever with this school. I love the Mountain View Prep uniforms. They look like the Miami Dolphins uniforms. They're absolutely fantastic.
They do look good.
They look great. It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Cole, we are now up to 78 picks for the Week 9 Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles Markets. We had Hoog Dog, however you say it, get in earlier. He's taking Oklahoma plus 20 over Missouri. JD is taking Rutgers plus 13.5 over Southern Cal. We've got a slew of people who are taking Navy plus 13 over Notre Dame. Isaac, Ben D. Artist, Keith in TR, who's a Sparty Party 12, all taking that game. We've got Mark L.O. Ducks taking Oregon State plus 10 over Cal. And we've got JB, who wants Vandy over Texas for 18.5. He predicts that the Longhorns lose to Georgia twice.
Tell you what, man.
How about that?
I don't know. This week, obviously, I picked Duke, but I didn't really have a ton of confidence in any of them. And even as I see the ones that Tolos have sent in, like I'm looking at the spreadsheet, Diesel, I just don't see a ton of confidence. I mean, we're supposed to have confidence. I get it when we pick these upset games. But, man, I don't know. Like, who would have thought last night freaking Kennesaw State
winless?
I
mean,
an
FBS program.
6, and I'm watching that game, and it's, first quarter 7-7. I'm like, okay. Halftime 14-14. We got a ball. Then all of a sudden, Kennesaw State goes up 21-17. I'm like, okay, they'll take care of it. No. Liberty, just no fight back. No fight at all.
And then you got Gravy coming out of nowhere. Hitting for 26
pick, man. One Tolo hit on that game last night. I mean, that could have catapulted anybody, Diesel. Anybody from the bottom to the top. And you and I would be sitting real pretty if we would have hit that one last
And that's what gave me the confidence, Cole. That's what gives me more confidence in taking Illinois over Oregon. That game is being played in Eugene. I'd have to go back and find out what the spread was as of yesterday. It was a big one. It was like 23 points. It was worth 21.5 points yesterday. That's the game I'm taking. I'm not taking a garbage team here. Illinois is 6-1. So are Oregon. I mean, anything could happen. This is that weird year where top teams keep going down. What was it yesterday? You gave me a stat about the number of betting underdog upsets that have hit this season.
A lot.
And it's a lot. It's an enormous number of underdogs that are getting the wins.
If you what are you at? You're that Oregon game's 20 right now, or is that
it's 21.5? That's where it was as of yesterday.
So you have 14
I
points.
have 14.
You'd go from 14 to 34, which would put you
35.5.
35. That'd put you in the top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd be sitting real pretty.
Watch now that I've picked this game, I know what's going to happen. Oregon's going to blow the doors off of them. It's going to be like 48-0.
You know what? Here's something we haven't
can't
done
catch
yet.
a break.
Let's predict. We have not done this yet in the Upset Picks Challenge, Diesel, but let's do this. Let's wish some bad juju. Do you have the upset picks that have been submitted? All right, let's predict. Let's put on our best prediction hat here. And the top 10, who, by the way, Roger Carper, Josh Pate, Justin L., Buckeye Brian, Amazon Guy, Joe D at 4, Reed Atkins, John Dog, Noel, and Twisted Whisker. Who does Twisted Whisker? Has he submitted one 55.5 points? Is he sitting at the very top? Let's do a little prediction, Diesel, and see if our top 10 will stay the same. I don't know if Twisted Whisker's got his pick in
He
yet.
has. Twisted Whisker took Navy plus 13.5 over Notre Dame.
He took,
And we have had 19 Tolos take that pick.
that's the number one, right?
It's gotta be.
There's no other pick.
I'm trying to think who else has been anywhere close. Duke over SMU. There's been quite a bit of those.
And did you say Navy, was that 10.5?
It's worth 13. 13.
So he'd go significant. I mean, we're talking almost
Big
near
jump.
70 points
Yeah.
if Twisted Whisker were to hit that. That'd be big. And I think you talked about this last week. If you're like Twisted Whisker or Noel or John Dog and you hit on one of these 10 to 15s, I'm not saying you've got the thing won,
Yeah.
but you're sitting real pretty, because that would mean, Diesel, that somebody else would have to hit on a few small ones or a couple of big ones to catch you, and just inside that top 5. What about for Noel? Do you have a pick for Noel, who's at 50.5? Could he jump Twisted Whisker?
Noel has taken Duke plus 11.5 over SMU.
He's with me.
So that's a good
I'm
one.
with him right
That's a very, very good pick. Very good chance
10.5.
that one hits. Yep. And then what's funny, Cole, is I gave Billy Horn a good strategy on the show a couple of weeks ago. Billy Horn is currently sitting at he's sitting in 11th place with 33.5
Pretty
points.
good, man.
Billy Horn is this week he's taking Notre Dame over Navy. So a lot of the guys ahead of you, Billy, are taking the same pick. Twisted Whiskers taking the same pick. Maybe John Dog or Reed Atkins. I have to look them up and see what games they've picked. But there may be just a pack separating, right? It's like watching the Talladega race back in the day, back when you could actually pull away in NASCAR races. You'd see a pack of like 5 to 10 drivers who were just faster than everybody else. They'd get in line, they'd draft, and they would pull away from the pack. And I think that's what's happening with these Tolos sitting here in the top 10.
I don't want that to happen.
Right.
John Dog says, Cole, we picked the same game this week. Please don't jinx us. Well, hey, John Dog, I mean, I'm coming off of a win, man. I'm hot right now,
Well,
1-0.
And some of you guys have the opportunity to pull away from probably one of the top 5 biggest voices in college football, Josh Pate, who's taking Kansas plus 10 at Kansas State.
I looked at that game.
Even if he hits,
that, Diesel.
you get to pull away from him if you both hit.
My problem with that game is I did look at that, but the only issue is Kansas has been everything that a letdown could be and more. Kansas State's a good football team. I'm surprised that point spread's not more than it is. I'm telling you, I obviously could be wrong. I don't see any way that Kansas beats Kansas State. Kansas State's a good team, kind of a dark horse team that's not being talked about a lot. But obviously, I don't know if they're as good as a Texas or Georgia, but they're a good team, and I don't see Kansas has been a Jalen Daniel disappointment.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
what a freaking disappointment!
And you Tolos, you don't want to disappoint us because we are expecting the biggest week we've ever had as far as the total number of picks. So those of you Tolos, and we know we have new Tolos every single day on the show, which means turn it on, leave it on, by the way. We want you to get into this upset picks challenge. It's a lot of fun. There's no prizes. There's no money up for grabs. It's just bragging rights. And what we're asking you to do is pick a game where you think the betting underdog in the game is going to win outright. So what we ask you to do is go to ESPN.com, find a full list of all the games, and you can pick any game with a spread, any FBS game with a spread. We had one Tolo for a couple weeks was trying to pick like Division II games. Sorry, guy, we can't have you picking Division II games. But you can pick any FBS game that has a spread on ESPN.com, and they put a spread on everything nowadays. So you could pick MAC games, you could pick Mountain West games, you could pick whatever game it is you want.
Any game.
And then text it to us at 71307, and make sure you start your text with the word fan so that it filters down to our little bucket of text messages. Give us your name, your game, and the spread. So, for example, JD texted in earlier. Says JD will take Rutgers plus 13.5 over USC. That is the format that we need. We need your name, your game, and the spread. You can take the little ones. Seem like they're much more likely to hit.
Yeah.
But it's not going to help you win the challenge.
No.
Or you could take the huge 20-plus point spreads seemingly less likely to hit, though we've had a lot of Tolos hit on big-time spreads this year, and you can climb your way up the leaderboard very, very quickly. So it's a lot of fun. We track the guys on College Game Day, so Lee Corso, Kirk Herbstreit, Pat McAfee, all those guys, we have their super dog picks as part of the upset picks challenge. So you get to decide, you get to learn, are you better at picking the upsets than the biggest names in the game?
Reed Adkins says, if you want to know, I picked Oklahoma State +7 to beat Baylor. Oklahoma State has a handsome 47.7 chance to win the game. Texter says Kansas had highest odds to win Big 12 to start. Now they're 4th from last, which is a horrible drop. Texter, that's very interesting. Tolo Steve says give him Syracuse +5.5 over Pitt. Jay Waller and Anderson says Navy +13.5 over Notre Dame. Would like to see the Irish go down after watching them beat up on the Jackets in person. Michael in Simpsonville, my son has a playoff flag football game tonight, so I can't take that. Well, you can, but
if
it won't
ESPN
count.
has a spread on it,
That's
sure.
right.
Sure,
And
yeah.
You can text anything in, but it doesn't mean it's going to count. Also, Tolos, if you want to know, if you don't have the standings, which, by the way, are on our Twitter page at the Fan Upstate, if you want to know where you're at and where you'd be with your pick, text in. We can do the quick math. I mean, even if your Diesel somewhere between, let's say, 15 and 30, let's say you're a Clemson Oculus or Mike Main or Kevin Buggs, you're at 27, 28, 29 points. I know that seems like a long way from 55.5. However, what you've got to bank on is Twisted Whisker and Noel and John Dog not hitting and not being hot like they have been. And you're 1 or 2 picks away from tying them up or even taking the lead. So I would say, and you tell me if you disagree here, if you're in the top 25, which JD is 25 with 24.5 Diesel, I think if you're in the top 25, you still have a chance to win the thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. And again, tell me what you think. If you're outside that 25, anywhere from 25 to 43, all the way down to Stanford, Steve, I don't know if you have a shot to win it.
Well, maybe not to win the whole thing, but you still have a chance to get inside the top 50, which is huge right now because we have 100. We have 100 Tolos that have points already. And here's how this works, by the way. If you miss on a pick, you lose a point.
Yeah.
If you don't make a pick at all, you lose 2 points, and you can't go below 0. So we've got a lot of Tolos who have done exceptionally well in this challenge in years past who are still sitting at 0. We had Delvin call in yesterday, and he's over there scratching his head trying to figure out why he can't pick an upset to save his life.
He's still at 0.
He's still at 0, but Delvin has crushed it in this challenge. He's been in the top 10 in past years. So it just goes to show, you can think there's some sort of rhyme or reason, and you could get on some kind of crazy heater the way Twisted Whisker and Noel and John Dog have. But, you could think you could be making really intelligent choices here and still end up with 0 points.
You could.
That's what makes it frustrating and fun at the exact same time.
Diesel and I are neck and neck right now, so it'll be interesting to see. Again, your pick was who?
My pick was Illinois over Oregon for 21.5 points.
So it'll be very interesting to see if we stay neck and neck after this weekend. Let's see, where am I? I have 15, you have 14, so we're right beside each other. There are Diesel 1, 2, 3 Tolos who have 15. With you, you and Shane Barrett have 14. So y'all are knotted up at 14. Hey, Chris Phillips right behind you, though. I mean, he's on your coattails. It'll be interesting to see. Wesley Roberts is right behind. Well, no, Wesley and I are tied. Wesley Roberts and I are tied at 15. So it'll be really interesting to see. I love it. I love the challenge of it. Again, I have Duke as well as other Tolos out there. I think that's a pretty popular pick. I have Duke over I just went brain dead. Who's Duke? SMU.
Greenville Gamecock asked the question, and he's just trying to needle me because he knows I'm an App State alum, and he knows how much I'm frustrated that we're having a terrible season. He says, has anyone else gone with me on Georgia State over App State? As a matter of fact, we have had 4, including you.
Oh, wow.
4 total Tolos take that game, Cole. We had
it's a lot.
Diddy, who is on the production staff here at Odyssey Greenville. He's on Classic Rock 101.1. You've heard him on the station before. Just Jess took Georgia State to beat App State. Greenville Gamecock, you did, and Tolo Big Mick have all taken that one. So 4 Tolos have taken that game. I thought about taking that one, Cole, because no matter what, I win.
Yeah.
You know, if App State wins, I lose a point, so be it. At least my team won a football game. But if App State loses, I get points in the Upset Picks Challenge.
Mark Ello Duggs on the YouTube stream asked a good question. Cole, how do you see that total list? It's on Twitter at the Fan Upstate. I believe it's pinned to the top.
Is
that right?
Yep, that is right. And it is absolutely free. You don't have to have an account to view tweets. Just go to twitter.com/thefanupstate.
But you should get Twitter and follow Diesel and I and the Fan Upstate. Brian Pettit wants Nebraska over Ohio State.
Woo.
25.5 points.
Good luck to you, Brian.
Yeah, you need luck there, buddy.
Where's Brian? I got to find Brian on this list.
While you do that, Texter says Chris Phillips would be doing well if he picked the games he went to the last 3 weeks. True.
That's true. He said he's been at 3 straight field stormings. You know, like people say in the SEC, act like you've been there before, don't storm the field.
And they all
they're all storming the field. Like it's just a thing now, right? It's just
means more.
Yeah, it's just part of football, storming the field. You know, you can't hold back the exuberance of youth, and it is what it is.
It means more. That's what they say, at least. It just means more.
Well, you know, Cole, we're entering into the back half of the season where everybody's going for these massive hits.
You got to, though, right?
Yeah, you got to. You know, we're not here to tell anybody how to play the game, right? We used to have a stipulation where it had to be 3 points or more. But like, hey, if you want to take that 1 point spread, go for it, I guess. Like, it's not going to help you much, but go for it. Do it. So still trying to find Brian. Brian Pettit has 19 points, by the way.
That's pretty good.
And Brian Pettit went with Nebraska over Ohio State. So he would be at 44.5 points if he hit, which would put him
top 5?
At top 5, depending on what else happens with everybody else around him.
That'd be pretty big, but I don't think that's going to happen. We're going to ask David Newton what he thinks will happen with the Carolina Panthers. David Newton of ESPN joins us next. going to see if you can give us any update. Obviously, we know Bryce Young will start on Sunday due to what was a car incident for the quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Yeah, and not the best team in the Carolinas is a nice way of putting it, by the way. I mean, not even close. But, yeah, Bryce, it's interesting because there was no indication that Bryce was going to get it back in any game this year unless Andy Dalton got hurt, at least for a significant amount of time for a start. And nobody thought it would come in a car accident, but, you know, lo and behold, that's what happened. So, thankfully, nothing seriously happened to Andy and his family and his dog, except for the sprained thumb on Andy. But it's on his throwing hand. They were worried enough about that initially. They said he probably can't practice this week. Maybe he can be ready to be the backup, but it's just not worth going out there with a guy that's not 100%, especially with his on his throwing hand and ready to go. So Bryce is getting another shot. So, you know, I've been talking to guys about what Bryce has been doing on the scout squad. And they said he's been, I think, Xavier Clowney kind of summed it up best, but he's been saucing us and throwing dimes. So he's impressed some people with what he's done there. I know that's against the Panthers defense, which has not been good enough to stop anybody lately, but still, it's been I think the best thing that's come out of that is that Bryce is out there making plays and not hesitating. I think everything that's happened to him with the pass rush and everything in the last few years, I think he was sort of hesitant to do some things out there. And anyway, I think it's a positive thing for them to give him another shot. I felt like he deserved another shot anyway. I mean, they lost 4 straight games under Andy Dalton, and it really weren't going anywhere with him right now. So I felt like this is probably going to happen at some point. So we're going to see it now.
David, is there an indication that I guess Andy Dalton is going to travel with the team and be prepared to be, you know, QB2 in this game, or are they pushing him down the depth chart a little bit farther, pulling somebody else off the practice squad to fill in that role?
No, their plan right now is hopefully Andy's healed enough where he can be ready to be the backup if he's called upon. Whether they'll keep Jack Plummer available just in case on the roster, I don't think they will. But you know, again, right now it looks like they hope that Andy can be that guy as the backup. But we'll know more about that later in the week.
David, to your knowledge, was there any discussions before this car incident of allowing Bryce to get back that starting role, or was it solely due to what happened with Andy Dalton?
It's solely due to what happened with Andy Dalton. Like I said at the beginning here, there's been no indication that he was going to get any kind of a chance until Andy Dalton got hurt. Yeah. Nobody just thought it'd be in a car wreck.
Talking right now with David Newton, ESPN, covers the Carolina Panthers. David, it's tough to say this team is sort of in tank mode already at this point in the season. 7 games in, still a lot of football left to be played. But as we do approach the trade deadline here in just about a week and a half, what moves or non-moves have you seen thus far, or that you anticipate that would suggest this team is quote unquote tanking, i.e. not doing everything possible to win?
I don't think I've seen any indication of tanking at all. You know, the trade deadline is coming up, and I think that, you know, if the right offer came along for player here or there, I think they would probably have to listen. But I just don't even think that's going to happen right now. Chuba's not a guy they're going to move on from, even though they're going to get their rookie Jonathan Brooks back here in the next week or two. Deontay Johnson, at least a couple of weeks ago, for all indications, where he wanted to stay and Canales wanted him to stay, and with the hope that they'd get him a long-term deal. There's not really a whole lot of candidates out there they could trade, so I'm not sure exactly. You know, when you're 1-6 and you have 6 straight losing seasons, there's not really a whole lot of material out there that people are looking for to rebuild. I think if anybody goes there, Deontay Johnson is probably the most attractive trade bait they got.
David, we were having this discussion yesterday with a lot of Carolina Panthers fans in our audience here in the upstate of South Carolina. You know, we were playing the role if we were GM. If you were to take that hat, is there a clear, significant plan on what the Panthers need to do, A, B, and C, to turn the page? Or do you agree with me and what I said yesterday, that they're just at rock bottom, and right now it just kind of seems like there's no bright future anytime soon?
It's kind of a little bit of both. I mean, I think they've done a good job of rebuilding the offensive line this year. I think that group's done better. Even though they've had a couple of injuries, they've still been better than they were a year ago. I think they've upgraded at receiver. I think Jonathan Brooks is going to be the back of the future, and Chuba is a guy that looks like he's going to be a guy that could help them long term as well. The defense is where I think most of the issues are right now. I mean, you're losing Derrick Brown in the first game. That was just crushing. I mean, you lose your best run stopper, best defensive player, period, maybe the best player on the entire team. You can't just replace him. So they need to add some pieces on that defense. They need to get another outside rusher. They've got DJ Wanham that's going to come back in the next week or two. They've opened this 21-day window to return. He's a guy they were counting on before the season to be ready, but he's had some setbacks and he's not been able to play. So they've had injuries that just really decimated this defense. I mean, they can't compete or stop anybody right now the way they are, but they are getting some pieces back. So I think they're rebuilding in the right way. But again, the key is going to be finding that quarterback of the future. And if it's not Bryce Young, I don't think it's going to be Andy Dalton. At 36 years old, they're going to have to. If Bryce can't prove himself here second half of the season, then they're going to have to be back in that mix of trying to find out whether they want to go with another rookie or they want to get another veteran that can play.
Talking right now with David Newton of ESPN. Look him up on Twitter at DNewtonESPN. David, are you noticing any special chemistry building among the plethora of South Carolina Gamecocks that are on the defensive side of the ball for the Carolina Panthers? DJ Wanham, Jadeveon Clowney, J.C. Horn. Noticing anything special developing there? I know they all came from different eras of South Carolina Gamecocks, but they all came from the same place, so you'd have to think there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, the special thing, I guess, and it's not very special, is that Clowney's missed the last 2 weeks with an injury, and one of them hadn't played a game with an injury. And, JC's trying to stay healthy so they can relate to all that kind of thing. But, I haven't noticed anything really special out there other than that the whole locker room and the chemistry among the players, even though the record's really dreadful, they still believe in each other. They have that trust that they can get this thing turned around. I was talking to Clowney yesterday, and Clowney, I was reminding him back in 2014 when Cam Newton had a car crash, and that team was 4-8-1, and they rallied to win their last 3 games, and even with Cam missing a game, and made the playoffs as division champions with a losing record. So I think they still believe that the division's up for grabs.
David, I want to get your opinion on a conversation we've had several times recently with Panther fans about the quarterback of the future. You mentioned it a few moments ago. Is your opinion that, or your philosophy rather, that finding the quarterback of the future is the best plan moving forward? Or do you find yourself in the other boat of, hey, let's build a really good team, and then, down the road we'll find a quarterback to plug and play?
Well, I think that's what they thought they had done last year when they brought Bryce in. I think they thought they had built a team that could let a rookie quarterback have success. Turned out the offensive line was not very good at all. So they rebuilt that. But I think that kind of is the goal. I agree. If you can get the right pieces in there, you can get an above average quarterback and at least have some success. So I think it all kind of works hand in hand. I mean, again, they thought they had the quarterback of the future in Bryce Young. They thought they had the line built last year. So they just thought a lot of things the wrong way and not really successful. So I still haven't given up on Bryce. I still think there's a chance he could turn things around, but I think this next couple of weeks is going to be key.
David, we're celebrating our 150th show here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson today. And in our young tenure doing this show together, we had the opportunity to bring on Matt, the owner of the Dilworth Neighborhood Grill, which I know infamously likes to needle at David Tepper a little bit. There's been a couple of signs out recently, and I want to know, knowing what you know of David Tepper, which one of these gets his goat the most? Gonna have to start winning if we want home field. And if we win a second game, tickets will go up again. Which one of those do you think?
I pass that every day when I'm coming here to the stadium. It's not far from my house. And probably the ticket one would probably irritate him the most. But the one on draft night definitely irritated him enough where he pulled over and went inside and took the guy's hat off. So that guy's really good at what he does as far as the signage out there. So I don't see him letting up at all. And we haven't heard anything from Tepper since the incident on draft night. So I think he's laying low with the signage and everything else around here. So anyway, I think it's kind of funny, but I think that kind of sets the tone for what the mood is in this city.
For sure, without a doubt. David, your thoughts on what is the NFC South with the Falcons and the Bucs both at 4-3. The Saints, who started 2-0, have lost 5 in a row, and New Orleans trending in the wrong direction. And then obviously the Panthers at the bottom of the division, 1-6.
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans, I think if they get Derek Carr back and get a few other people healthy, have a chance to be a factor. I really like Tampa Bay. I think they're built the best right now. I think Atlanta will probably stick around for most of the season and be a contender in there. But, those two teams play each other, Tampa and Atlanta, this week. So one of them is going to be 4-4 and one's going to be 5-3 after this week. And I think Tampa Bay is probably the favorite to win the division. I don't think that Atlanta can keep up with them, but I think they have a lot of talent on that team. And, again, that's an example of they built a team and then threw Kirk Cousins in the mix and doing pretty good right now with that. So I think that model works pretty well. So anyway, I think that those are the two teams I expect to see battle it out. I mean, but I don't think any of these teams are going to run away with it. I don't think anybody's going to be 12-4. I think 9 wins could still win this division.
David Newton of ESPN joining us. He covers the Carolina Panthers. My last question for you, David. When you're 1-6, it's hard to find the things that a coaching staff is doing well. It's easy to blame and point a lot of fingers. But what are you seeing from Dave Canales that you would say he's doing well in his rookie campaign, despite not having a whole lot of success in the wins and loss column?
Well, he's remained positive. I guess that's the biggest thing. I mean, there wasn't much positivity around here last year, and when he came in, it just sort of lit the room up with the positivity brought. It's not been as much. He hadn't been as bright as he was early in the season. That's understandable, but he's focusing on, one day at a time, getting better, because he knows that this is not going to be an overnight thing. So I think from that standpoint, just his mental approach and positivity is what he brings here.
And, David, my last question for you. We opened the show with this today. Look, you've been covering the NFL for a long time, and I'm sure you have an opinion on it. But Tua right now he's in the news with his remarks earlier this week in his press conference about not wanting to wear a Guardian helmet and the injuries. It does not seem to change his outlook on playing. Your thoughts on where he is mentally and all the quarterback play you've seen throughout your time covering the NFL, if that's a smart decision for him to continue to play?
As far as him continuing to play, that's for him to decide. I mean, I think it's ridiculous he won't put on the Guardian cap, because I think every lineman should have one on. I think that, a quarterback that's been through what he's been through should have one on. So I just don't understand that at all. I mean, this is your long-term future. I mean, Luke Kuechly gave up the game early because of that. There's a number of players. I've talked to players that have been in the league, were in the league a long time, but died at a young age because of all the hits they took and they had. So, I mean, I just don't understand that mentality and that thinking there. I know they think they're invincible sometimes, superheroes out there, but from what he's been through, if the Guardian cap gives him any kind of protection, he should be wearing it. If he decided not to play and walk away, I would understand that as well. But not wearing the Guardian cap to me is just I don't get it.
Yeah, David, juxtapose that with the news from earlier today. I know it's coming from the college ranks, but that Grayson McCall has decided to hang up the cleats because of all the head injuries that he's taken. So, everybody makes the decision differently. I know Grayson had a lot more money left on the table compared to Tua, who's certainly earned, life-changing generational money at this point in his career. But it's a hard thing for anybody to hang up the thing that they love doing the most. We appreciate your time today. Thank you so much, and we appreciate the insights on the Carolina Panthers.
Thanks a lot. Maybe we'll talk to you again soon, and they'll have another win sometime.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Thanks, David.
That is David Newton of ESPN, covers the Carolina Panthers. Look up his work. Again, D Newton ESPN on Twitter. He's absolutely fantastic. When we come back, Cole, let's do the little whip around thing. Let's break some necks. Let's go Daily Wires on the other side of the break on the Fan Upstate. We're going to go whip around in this segment, talk all things sports that we haven't yet had a chance to get to on the show so far today. We call these our Daily Wires.
Buzz. Oh, mic was off. Buzz.
That's another $1.
God.
The NFL has announced that Grammy-nominated multi-platinum recording artist Machine Gun Kelly, MGK, will headline the halftime performance at the league's final international game of the 2024 regular season in Munich, where the New York Giants will take on the Carolina Panthers. You a big MGK fan?
No, but I heard Dylan Stewart is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a big fan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of MGK. Not a fan. His rap career was okay. His punk rock career, pretty awful. But hey, if you can't make it as a rapper, go be a rocker, I guess. That's what they do. Jaden Daniels missed Washington Commanders practice yesterday because of a rib injury. That's going to cast doubt, obviously, on his availability to play this weekend against fellow first-round draft pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Man, what a showdown that would have been. What a storyline that might take away if we don't get that matchup. The number 1 pick versus the Heisman Trophy winner. That would have been a great storyline.
It's not good. Hopefully he's okay. You know, he went out against the Panthers, and Mariota just carved up the Carolina Panthers defense, which seems easy to do right now. But, yeah, obviously you'd like to see Daniels and Caleb Williams go at it.
Coach Dan Quinn of the Washington Commanders called Daniels week to week. So we're not sure what's going to happen. The big news earlier today was that NC State quarterback Grayson McCall has officially announced that he is retiring from football after a series of serious head injuries have kept him off the playing field for much of this season. In a post on social media, McCall said, quote, as you all know, I have battled injuries my whole career, but this is one I cannot come back from. Brain specialists, my family, and I have come to the conclusion that it is in my best interest to hang up the cleats.
Man.
He also said that he would begin focusing on a coaching career.
Well, good for him. Like, I hope he does, and I hope he gets a good shot somewhere. And he probably will with the connections he has.
Smart guy.
He is. And look, he was a heck of a college quarterback. The ending of his career, Diesel, didn't paint the picture of how good he was at Coastal Carolina. Like, if people from a national perspective only heard about him, followed him, and watched him this year, they probably think, oh, that guy sucks.
Yeah.
However, he was really good at Coastal.
If freshman and sophomore Grayson McCall had played at NC State, I have no doubt in saying that'd be a top 15 team right now. He was just incredible. Last night, Cole, 0-6 Kennesaw State upset 5-0 Liberty, who were looked at as a potential candidate for the college football playoff spot for the G5. It's Kennesaw State's first win since joining FBS, their first win ever against an FBS opponent. So they had played, I think they're 10-0 all time now, or excuse me, 1-10 all time against FBS teams. So as an FCS team, they'd only played 4 FBS teams in their short program history.
You know what?
They got the dub.
You know what Dewey would say to Jamie Chadwell?
Y'all need to be fired.
I mean, he's got a point there. That's embarrassing. That is a bad loss, man.
Yeah.
And again, I know
really
it happens, but God.
Yeah. And Kennesaw State Stadium was like half full for that game, for the biggest upset in program history.
They didn't know. They didn't know they could win football games.
And it's also the biggest upset in the Upset Picks Challenge presented by Ingles. 26 points that one was worth. And yes, we did have a Tolo take that game yesterday. He got his pick in.
Gravy.
Gravy. YNGRVYNTZ. Gravy. Yeah, we can't say young gravy because that sounds gross. Can't say gravy nuts because that sounds gross. And we don't certainly want to put all those together. So he's just gravy. Appreciate you for being in the challenge.
I don't know if he's a real person. I may be a bot.
Well, I mean, hey, the more the merrier. T1000's getting in here. We're going to play the game regardless, Cole. Tua is back at practice for the first time since his latest concussion, and he has flat out said, I'm not worried about the risks. I'm willing to take them. Yeah, we've got audio from Tua that we played earlier in the show today. I believe it was clip number 2 where he addressed this. I would love to hear what Tua had to say.
It's coming.
Okay. What would you say to those that are worried that you might get hurt again and this is
Yeah.
something that's going to continue?
I appreciate your concern. I really do. I love this game, and I love it to the death of me. That's it.
I love
Wow.
this game. I love it to the death of
They're-
me. I don't like the choice of words there, but
They're my eggs. I can scramble them if I want to.
Ooh, okay.
It's
buddy.
my party, and I'll die if I want to,
Oh.
is basically what he had to say.
I hate it so much.
JD on the stream, going back to the conversation about Grayson McCall, he says Willie Crack Corn wasn't near the college quarterback Grayson McCall was, and he is a successful coach. McCall can do it. Yeah, Willie Corn is a fantastic offensive coordinator. He followed Jamie Chadwell to Liberty, too, as if I'm not mistaken. Is that
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
Fantastic coordinator at Coastal Carolina, fantastic coordinator at Liberty. He's going to get himself an opportunity soon, and I think he's going to do well if and when he finally gets that. Cole, the World Series starts tomorrow, 8:08 first pitch. Yankees at Dodgers. Garrett Cole, Jack Flaherty on the mound. Of course, we've got the big home run hitters, Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge going at each other. Both of these lineups are completely loaded. I'm going Yankees in this one, Cole, only because the Dodgers just finished a back-and-forth cross-country series with the Mets.
Yeah.
And so they've got to continue doing that. That'll be, at that point, 2 weeks of flying back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I understand they're chartering. I understand, they're not having to deal with all the waiting through security and all that garbage, but it wears on you after a while. So I'm going to say by the end of this series, the Yankees get it done.
I'm going Dodgers. And one more Daily Wire to keep it on the diamond. The Atlanta Braves Diesel announced they have hired Tim Hires as their hitting coach. They made some changes just a few days ago to their staff. So Tim Hires, who is a pretty good hitting coach, he won a championship Diesel in 2018 with Boston. He was on Texas's staff last year, won a championship last year. So he's won 2 championships as a hitting coach, knows what he's doing. And the Braves have a pretty good hitting coach in Tim Hires from the Texas Rangers.
Dan B says Rome had issues with that quote being the death of me. JD points out Rome also took issue with the spraining your ankle getting out of bed. JD, I have a story about that. About 6 years ago, I had just started dating Ashley. We've been together for probably a year at that point. It's not just started dating. We were sleeping over at that time, Cole. One time I woke up with a sprained ankle.
Oh, God.
With
That's pitiful.
Yeah, I was about 36 years old. No idea how or why I sprained my ankle, and it was swollen.
That's bad.
It looked bad. I didn't roll it the day before. I didn't kick anything the day before. I didn't twist my ankle. I literally woke up with a sprained ankle, and it got to the point, Cole, that I borrowed crutches.
Oh, man.
Like I could not put weight on my ankle at all. Have no idea how or why I actually did it.
Tolos, we did not get a chance to do it on Tuesday, so we're calling on you in the very next segment. It's the famous Tolo Takeover happening on Thursday. Who knows? Maybe we keep it on Thursday since we do Overreaction Monday on Monday. Maybe we keep the Tolo Takeover on Thursdays. We know that you Tolos were upset you didn't get to take over on Tuesday. The Tolo Takeover is next. We did not have a chance to do the TOLO Takeover on Tuesday because we were at Morgan Square Madness. We were madding it out there in downtown Spartanburg, Diesel. But you know what? Our Tolos, they've got to have their chance to take over the airwaves.
Gotta let people
off.
vent.
You got to let them vent. If you have something, Tolos, that you're upset about, that you want to vent about, that you want to moan and complain about, or it can be positive as well. Whatever you want it to be, simply because, well, this is your segment. The TOLO Takeover, 844-FAN phone. That's 844-326-3663. Go ahead and get in line. It's your chance to take over. Before we get into that, though, Alan wanted to give his upset pick because he said he wasn't having much luck texting it in, so he was going to try to call in and have better luck. Alan, what do you got this week?
Hey, so y'all probably going to laugh, but I think it's going to be a crazy week, so I'm going to go with Florida State over Miami.
Ooh. Oh, what's that one worth, Alan? Do you know off the top of your head?
21 when I last looked.
Wow, 21 points.
That's a lot.
What does that say about Miami, though, if they're only 21-point favorites against a 1-5, 1-6 Florida State team?
Right.
Means they can't play defense.
All right. Well, best of luck, Alan. We appreciate the pick. Florida State.
I feel better about my 21-point pick than I would if that was my – yeah. My 21-point underdog is 6-1.
Yeah.
His 21-point underdog is 1-6.
Yeah.
So, that is definitely that's a long shot.
Might be onto something there. All right, before we get to the phones, again, 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. It's the TOLO Takeover. Instead of on Tuesday, it is on Thursday today. See if we can beat what we've had thus far this year, Diesel. Some really good TOLO Takeovers. Tom already in line. I see Tom waiting. We'll get to Tom, but first we have to give you a nice little intro of what we've heard in the past few weeks on this very segment, the TOLO Takeover.
Okay. It took me 1 hour to get $14.65 worth of gas.
My God, if I don't get that extra cup of sauce, I'm coming back in. I ain't waiting in line.
Okay, I saw some stuff on the internet that really got me going. Y'all have got me conditioned that I got to say thank you every time I call you guys. And when it's the TOLO Takeover, I kind of want to just call and be angry for a minute, but I got to start off being all cordial and say thank you for taking my call.
You don't have to.
This isn't a bad part. I mean, that's a bad part, but that's not why I'm mad as hell.
The Gamecocks are going to win in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. Y'all need to be fired.
The grocery stores, at least the ones nearest me, are completely out of frozen pizza, except for cauliflower pizza.
Oh.
So if you are at the grocery store and nobody will buy your cauliflower pizzas, maybe you should stop carrying.
What really ticked me off when he speaks, not because he's the Clemson football coach, but when he speaks about an ACC game, he makes it seem like it's some big ordeal. Dabo, your schedule sucks. And I am pissed off today, okay? It took me 1 hour to get $14.65 worth of gas.
Well, Diesel, I'm telling you, man, I don't know if we can top some of the calls, man. We've had some good ones.
Shoes to fill.
Woo.
Off of those so far.
That's so
but that
good.
just means our Tolos have to keep bringing it.
You got to bring the heat, man.
Yeah.
That is so good. I can't remember exactly what yours was last week. I was upset about people not using their GPS when they go somewhere.
Oh, I was ranting about insurance.
Oh, for your pet.
Yeah, I pay my damn bill on time. Pay me on time.
All right, TOLO Takeover. Here we go. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663. If you have something to get off your chest, rant about, now is your time to take over these very airwaves. And Tom was first in line today. And Tom, I'm sure, has something to vent about, as he always does. Tom, it's the TOLO Takeover.
Yeah, I got serious beef with the NFL and whoever runs a jury, who picks the jury in the state of Texas or wherever this is. Got My fantasy football kicker, I have him in 6 of my 7 leagues. He's the best kicker in every fantasy football league. And now I've got to go figure out how I'm going to replace the best kicker in football for possibly a week. It could be longer. Why is an NFL player being selected on a jury in the middle of the football season? It's football season. You got all summer to go pick juries from the NFL. My goodness, you cannot mess me up anymore. He's the best kicker in some leagues. He's averaging almost 20 points a game. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Tom bringing the heat.
It's not done yet, Tom?
Cole, this is your football team here, and the guy can kick it from 100 yards.
Cowboys.
I mean, they've got to get him out of this predicament, and they've got to help me out of this predicament. I mean, it's the middle of the fantasy football season, and I mean, he has helped my team a lot. And I made a trade today to acquire CeeDee Lamb. Everything is lining up for that stretch run of the fantasy football season, and then this wrench gets thrown in the bag.
Tom, we will keep you in our thoughts and prayers. Fantastic job. Tom says, Diesel, why in the world is someone selected for jury duty in the middle of an NFL season? He's got a point, don't he?
How would what excuse would you use if you're Brandon Aubrey to get out of this thing?
I'd say I'm a kicker.
That's not a good excuse. You're an American. How could you, Cole? How could you be on America's team and then say, you know what? I'm not going to participate in one of the most fundamental parts of being an American. I don't think you can be a Dallas Cowboy if you're not a registered voter in the state of Texas.
And you got to go to jury duty in the middle of the season.
It's just part of it.
Tom, we appreciate you starting off strong. Let's see if JD can follow that up. JD, I'm sorry you're next, but that one's going to be tough to follow up. It's the TOLO Takeover. What's up?
Hey, what's up? No, absolutely not. Tom, thank you for leading me there, my good friend. First of all, if you were the kicker for the Dallas Cowboys, all you got to do is say, I will make way more money kicking footballs than I will your jury duty pay. I did this when I worked at Bilo. Are you kidding me? I said, listen, I'm making $7.25 over here for 10 hours. So that's $72.50. It's going to cost you a lot more than $25 to get me to come to jury duty. All right, Tom? So all he had to do was say, listen, I'm not taking your peanuts. I'm getting paid bundles of cash to go kick football, and I'm out of jury duty. And then second of all, Cole, hey, you're a LeBron fan, man. I haven't heard you say a word about this magical moment between Bronny and LeBron getting to play for 3 minutes together the other day, brother. Hey, where are you at? I want to hear you toot that horn, my friend.
JD, it's a good point. I'm glad you went there because I think we mentioned it on the Daily Wire.
JD must be turning it on leaving early because Cole did bring this up yesterday. We spent an entire segment, albeit the very last segment of the show. So Cole, who's making such a big deal, he's throwing roses, tears are streaming down his face. He relegated it to the very last segment of the show.
And JD, I'll respond by saying this. It doesn't matter what you do in life, whether you scoop poop off of the streets for a living, or if you're an NBA player, somebody's going to hate on you. And obviously everybody loves to hate on LeBron. So first father-son moment ever in the NBA, the coolest thing in the world. I mean, I think it's super cool that it happened. But of course, since it's LeBron and Bronny, everybody wants to throw shade. So I guess that's my TOLO takeover. Everybody's a hater.
Right. Well, and I'll say this. It would have been much cooler if it were organically created instead of being manufactured. Bronny, listen, he's about to go back to the G League. Unless they just planned on paying him this $8 million to play 3 minutes a game in every city they go to this year. Yeah. It's completely manufactured. He doesn't belong to be there. And then, hey, I want to award Diesel spraining his ankle by trying to push his feet up against the baseboard. Y'all have a good one. Be blessed.
Thanks, JD.
Wow, JD. Wow.
Oh, man. TOLO Takeover. It's getting off the rails today. DB is up next on the TOLO Takeover. DB, what's up, man?
I quit. I'm out. I'm done.
What are you quitting?
Yeah, where are you going?
Challenge, the stupid challenge that I help run year after year.
He's out here doing all the hard work and he can't score.
Is he at 0?
Yeah, I can't score. And somebody comes out of nowhere, just 26 points. I'm out.
Dan,
DB.
how many points do you have?
0.
Come
God,
on.
you had to go there, Diesel.
Can you not pick like a 3-point spread, Dan? Just to get
I
on
can't
the
pick a
board.
winning spread at all. I've never gone 9 weeks in a row without picking. I usually 4 or 5 in a row is the most I ever went. So whatever I'm doing, don't do that anymore.
Well, how about whatever you're doing?
Start doing what these guys do. I'm just going to take the 26 point. I mean, whatever one's the highest each week for the rest of the season.
There
That's
you
what I'm
go.
going to do.
That might be the best solution. Thanks, Stevie.
Hey, as a response to JD, who just called in and it was talking about the magical moment between LeBron and Bronny and the NBA that we were all forced to watch, even though it was mediocre as hell. Tom said, my magical moments only last about 3 minutes too.
God, Tom.
Wow.
Thanks. And you know it's Tom because he takes in all caps.
Yeah. Well, you know, the James and Sons tour is traveling all over America. I guarantee you they try to get them to set up something like this everywhere they go. Every time Bronny gets on the court, they're going to make a big deal out of it. They're both gonna clap and push the chalk up into the air.
They should.
Come on.
They should. It's first ever. It'll be the last ever. Texter says, this is corn chip. It's un-American if you don't try to get out of jury duty with an insane excuse. Corn chip, I agree with you there.
Am I the only one who wants to get jury duty?
Oh, no, I hate it.
I want to get into something awesome and fun and interesting.
Yeah, but you never do. It's always like the most boring thing ever.
Stupid traffic cops.
All right.
Traffic court. Yeah.
It is not over yet. The TOLO Takeover continues. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663, 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville, anywhere in the world on the free Odyssey app. If you have something to get off your chest, your time is running out because the segment is nearing its end here in a few moments. And Rick from Greer wants to chime in. Rick may just may burn the segment down. Rick, what's up, man?
Let me tell you, I fussed about this before. If I pull into a parking lot like Walmart and somebody wastes 30 seconds backing into a parking space with my shovel, and I'm going to hit the car, okay? Pull into a damn parking space. Okay, that's what they were meant to do. I spent 35 minutes today and watched a a lady back into a parking spot. She pulled in and out 12 times. Please, lady, pull in to the parking spot. I'm out.
Thanks,
wow.
Rick.
Hey, Rick, are you still there? Okay, Rick, we have a Tolo who needs you to respond, okay? I'm just going to read the message as it was texted to us. I'm not making any commentary here. I'm just reading it the way it was messaged in. Somebody texts in and says, where's that dummy that said little Bryce Young was getting traded today? You are that little dummy, according to this texter. Where you at?
Is it 12 o'clock yet? 12 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, but it's close of business. 5 o'clock's already come and gone, my friend.
No. Football never ends, okay? That's just like
well,
the whole damn thing.
You've got a 5 hour and 45-minute stay of execution, Rick.
Yeah, I know.
Got to get a call from the governor. Make it happen.
Find out who that was, and I'll bring them a dozen donuts, okay? Because they're worth. I promise.
Appreciate it,
Thank
Rick.
you, Rick. Appreciate
Fantastic stuff. TOLO Takeover continues. 844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663 is the way you can sound off if you want to do so before this segment comes to an end, which it's about to in just a second. Texter says, my complaint is I want to know what blackmail Dennis Allen has on Gail Benson to still have a job. Lost 5 in a row. Didn't Devontae, didn't Amari. we are hot garbage. So it looks as if we have a Saints TOLO. Again, this comes from the 431. A Saints TOLO upset says, what a blackmail Dennis Allen has on Gail Benson to still have a job, the owner. 5 in a row. No Devontae, no Amari. Yeah, you weren't in the market for either. And you were the hottest team to start the season. I mean, started 2-0. So, yeah, you're right. The Saints. But look, at the same time, Texter, at the same time, and you're a Saints fan, you know this, what other team has had more injuries this season, more crucial injuries than the Saints have? Y'all have
Panthers.
been banged up. I don't know, though. Injuries that matter. The Panthers just suck. Their injuries don't matter.
Well, we didn't think we were going to say this at the beginning of the season, but Andy Dalton looks like a crucial injury, right? I mean, I know they've lost 4 straight games with Andy Dalton as a quarterback, but in 2 of those games, at least they were competitive. At least they put up multiple touchdowns. I got no reason to believe, Cole, whatsoever, that the Carolina Panthers will score more than 10 points this weekend.
What?
It's not going to happen. A touchdown and field goal position one time is all that Bryce Young is worth in the NFL.
So you don't think this guy right here? You don't have faith in him?
Hey, this is Bryce Young. I can't score touchdowns, but I can get you in field position.
Man, I hope Bryce proves you wrong.
I do too. I want nothing more than for this team to turn it around. As of right now, they are bass backwards everything they're doing. Cole.
But you know what, though? Like, before we run to a break, wouldn't we say, Diesel, that if Bryce had to have a good game, a team like Denver, right? A team like Denver, they could maybe have a successful outing in this offense. And I know they've had some injuries, but maybe this is the week that Bryce comes back. And David Newton said it. If you missed the interview, we'll play it for you later in the 6 o'clock hour. But maybe this is it, man.
Are you sure that's not tequila in that water bottle you got over there? Clear, pure agave tequila. Are you drinking that McConaughey Loco tequila also?
No, I'm trying to give Bryce a little, maybe like, what if this was a cool comeback story? Come on. What a comeback story that was. Fat Paid says on the Fat Paid on the promo, Tom mentions how Dabo bloviates about ACC opponents and he needs to get real. Does he realize other teams talk about South Carolina like that down there in the basement of the SEC? Oh, like they're Fat Paid's going at Tom.
Whoa. Fat Paid, who's been ragging on South Carolina for having a bad strength of schedule? Nobody. They have one of the hardest strengths of schedules every year, and I can't believe I'm now defending South Carolina.
Look at you.
Getting into that well-trodden excuse. That is something South Carolina fans have got to get over. You got to stop. You got to take that out of your lexicon. You got to stop saying it. You got to stop making that excuse.
They're not going to.
Enough is enough. Florida fans have officially got that now. You don't get to make that excuse anymore.
Well, that was the TOLO Takeover. We might keep it on Thursdays, TOLO, if your participation continues. It was fantastic. We'll do it again next week.
Cole, when we come back, what sweeping change would you make to your favorite sport if you could? Your favorite sport? That's tough to say, man. I know your heart is torn between a couple of different sports, but what sweeping change would you make if you could? That's next. death, taxes, jury duty when you've got a certain kicker in 6 out of your 7 fantasy football. By the way, 7 fantasy leagues. Tom, you might have a bit of a problem.
But
there.
does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't.
He might not even have just 7. It might be 14.
I don't know that Tom ever sleeps. I think Tom's just wired on Red Bull, cocaine, and football.
He'd give Rob Brown a heck of a run, wouldn't he?
Are we sure that's not Rob Brown calling in?
Well,
Tom and Rob, both 3-letter names. Really, really interesting. Cole, no, we've seen a lot of people bitching and moaning about the officials in college football this year. But guess what? There is nothing new about people complaining about the officials. It's always been the case. So long as there's been instant replay and you can go back and watch on the broadcast that you're watching, or whether it's on SportsCenter the next day, Cole. As soon as that came about, people were complaining about the referees. Right?
Always.
Everybody's an expert. Everybody knows the rules better than guys who get paid for a living to make these calls, Cole. But if you could change one thing about your favorite sport,
oh God,
I want to know what that would be. You and I have similarities in our list of favorite sports. We also have some differences there. We also have some different sports that we love. But if you could make a change in your favorite sports, what would it be? What would it be? What you could just make a sweeping change to college football, to pro football.
We're talking about
hockey, whatever.
Within the game.
Within the game. You
not
can't change
NIL,
outside. No.
Not portal.
Oh, yeah, you could change that. Yeah, if that's what you wanted to do.
Okay. This one's tough. One's tough. So college football's up there for me. It's on most days it's number 1. Some days NFL is number 1. Some days NBA. I love all sports. Not all sports, but I love a lot of sports. But college football is king, right? Everybody can agree with that. One thing that I'd have to change, or that I could change if I only got one. The problem is, Diesel, in college athletics right now, I could probably give you 7. But one that's really, let me ask you this question before I give you an answer. What's our goal here? Is our goal to increase or to make the product better, or is the goal to better the roots of the sport, which would include NIL and include portal?
It can be whatever you want it to be, Cole. I'm giving you a literal magic wand. Say hocus pocus, alakazam, bam. You've just made a change in your favorite sport.
Yeah, you go first because I want to hear yours, and I want to think. I have 2 or 3, but I want to narrow it down.
Okay, I'll go first here. This isn't my favorite sport, so I'm actually going to go with my least less important one first. Okay, I have been trying, Cole, for years to get into NHL hockey. I've been trying. Wow. I like hockey. I love watching it. The playoffs are incredible. Nothing compares to Game 7 in the NHL Finals. Sorry, NBA, not that good. Your final series compared to NHL, no. The NFL playoffs pale in comparison to NHL Finals. It's just not the same thing, Cole. So here's what I would do. This is a very simple man. This is something I'm doing for every man who wants to try to watch a new sport. Play the damn games on the same days every week. I'm going to a Tuesday, Friday schedule for NHL hockey all season long. I'm not going to skip something that I'm doing on the weekend to sit and watch a hockey game, right? Hockey games are great because they're over in like an hour and 40 minutes, and that's it. There's very little chance for overtime. It doesn't happen all that often, but when it does, the overtime is fantastic, right? Yep. So I'm making games Tuesday, Friday for everyone.
Do you not have the ESPN app where you can see what day the game's played?
I do, but it moves around all the time, Cole. They play games, feels like 7 days a week, and you're going to watch your team on 6 different networks every time you try to tune in and watch. Yep. It sucks. It sucks. I could have talked about this in my TOLO Takeover.
You could have, yeah.
I hate the way the NHL does its scheduling. It's awful. Why can't we just put them all on the? I'm a creature of habit. Okay, we all know and love college football because we played on what day? Saturday,
Tuesday, Bam. Wednesday, Thursday.
Single. Stop it, Cole. Stop it right there. Maybe I'll make that change to college football.
There
next.
You go.
No more midweek games. All right. So just stop screwing with the schedule. Give me the games on the same week. So you know what? It's Friday. It's Hurricane Friday. I'm watching the Hurricanes on Friday.
You know what? I'll push back on that one. I like games on different days. I'm completely opposite of you.
You like missing games because you don't realize they're playing on a certain night of the week?
Yeah, I do. And here's why. Listen, no.
That's
I'm
the
kidding.
most idiotic thing you've ever said on this show.
It is. I say it tongue in cheek. I'm not a creature of habit. I like change. I like different. I like every single day to be different. I love every day to be different. And if it means I love college football throughout the week. Last night I watched Kennesaw State and Liberty. The night before that I watched Jacksonville State and freaking, whoever, Pop Warner, whoever it was. I love it. I love something different happening on every day. So I'll disagree with you on that one. But oh gosh, I've got several for mine. And I went
hockey first.
You went hockey first.
I've got more. Trust me, I've got more.
Okay.
We've got a texter who just says, all caps, this is Tom, by the way, college football officials. What about the college football officials, Tom?
You want to kill them all?
You just want to you want to put them all in a room, gas them, bring in a whole new crop, because guess what? They're not going to be any better.
Okay, well, here's my oh man. Gosh, Diesel, without even looking at yours, I was about to say what yours is, so I'm not going to steal your thunder there. You go to your college football because I am going to put my stamp of approval on that one because I just looked at yours on the run sheet for the first time, and I was about to say the same thing, so I'll put my stamp of approval on your college football change. 100% agree with this.
This is a very easy one, and this is it's like not going to robo-umps in Major League Baseball because I think we actually like the debate. We say we hate it. We say we want them to get it right all the time, but we won't go to the thing that we know will help them get it right all of the time, Cole. We need college football officials to be paid employees of the NCAA, full-time paid employees of the NCAA. I want these guys doing nothing else other than studying the rule book.
Yeah.
6 days a week, you're in a weight room, getting all jacked like Ed Hercules, and then you go out on the football field on Saturdays and you call the games.
Now,
any crew should be able to call any game, no conference affiliation. Everyone starts on the same level, analyze the performance each season and each week to assign priority and move people up the list, Cole. But enough with this SEC crew. ACC crew. When it's played in the SEC, they call it this way, but in the Big Ten, they call it that way. It's stupid. So stop with that.
I'll tag on to that one before I give you another one, Diesel. Same with the NFL, by the way. They need to do the same thing in the NFL. I don't know if you know this or not. NFL's not full-time either. There's a guy in Gaffney who has been an NFL official for a long, long time. Had another job.
What does it stand for? Not a full-time line judge?
That's exactly right. I say make that happen in the NFL as well. I also say, and I've pushed this in high school, at the high school level for a long time too. I don't know if I'll ever be important enough to actually get this to pass, but I'd hope so one day that this would pass. I say on the officials front, I think this is super important at the high school level, but college and pro too. In Texas, in high school football, I had a buddy out there who was an official when I lived there. They start at the beginning of the season with their crew. That same crew officiates the entire season together. They don't change crews. The umpire is not at a different game. And here in South Carolina for high school football, every week is this, Diesel. It's this. And if you're not watching on the stream, it everywhere. You're everywhere. You're on a different crew. You're with somebody on Friday or Saturday that you've never refed with before. And I know college and pro would be different because you have the scheduling and the travel. I get that. Maybe for the pro you could do it because you got the money. But I like consistency among the crews. That way the crew can actually, if they have a bad week in week 2, Diesel, they can actually get better in week 5, week 6, week 7. And vice versa. If you don't want that crew, you never have to worry about those guys again. You get a different crew.
Yeah, why not have it so that there's a map of regions in the state of South Carolina, and this crew is calling, 5A Region 1 games.
Yeah,
and he's going to be calling all 5A Region 1 games for his entire for the entire season.
Well, then only problem with that is if one coach says, "Hey, you absolutely suck. I don't want you." I don't know, like one or two coaches had an issue. And you asked for my favorite sport. Okay, I'll give you that one for high school football. There's one. Have the crews and officials in South Carolina stay together all season. I think it would help the officiating.
What I was getting at was because with the NFL and college football, obviously those two sports are making so much money they can afford to make these guys full-time employees. I'm not saying that South Carolina High School League, I don't even know how money is structured and how they make money at the high school level in the state of South Carolina. I'm just saying to keep it as to minimize travel as much as possible for the crews. Make sure you can work only upstate games or lower state games.
Yeah.
There's minimal crisscross unless you just so happen to live right there on the border.
Yeah. I like that.
But no matter what, you're calling all upstate games.
Now, my only other one that I can think of off the top of my head is NBA, MLB. I'm a big NBA fan. You know that. I like the MLB. I like the Braves a lot more than I don't watch other MLB games throughout the course of the regular season. However, I do watch NBA. I love the NBA. The season's got to be shortened. I want the season to start on Christmas Day. And that's going to give them another month and a half off, but I'm fine with it. Christmas, it doesn't have to start.
It'll kill off all this load management.
Well, it would. And look, I know that the games provide what? Revenue. That's what it's all about. I understand that. However, I see the bigger picture at the end of the season, the playoffs, and I love the NBA playoffs. I want all the stars healthy. I want everybody healthy there on the court. So I say sometime around December, start the NBA final or start the NBA season. MLB hockey's long too. I mean, I know hockey's different in terms of
hockey. I don't think they would take but like 2 weeks off.
Well, it just started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know.
It's 2 weeks ago. NBA started Tuesday. Hockey started 2 weeks ago. Baseball, obviously, it's a different schedule, but same thing. I want those seasons shortened a little bit so that the playoff product is better.
CJ from Greer says shorten the baseball regular season to end in August. Yeah, you'd be shaving off potentially 30 games.
August.
So you'd have a 130 game schedule, regular season schedule instead of 168 games, I think is
so the World Series now will begin on the 25th.
So now we're going into November.
Yeah.
So like they used to call Derek Jeter, they used to call him Mr. October. Mm-hmm. Well, there's no Mr. October anymore. Now it's Mr. November.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
God, could you imagine how cold it's going to be in New York City in November for the World Series?
I'd like to go.
Awful.
You have one more?
Yeah, Cole, I do. I have one more. With college basketball, I want to implement Eagle Eye AI technology to speed up the painfully slow ending of games in college basketball. It doesn't matter if it's a regular season game or a tournament game, but for God's sakes, they slow the endings of games down so much. The last 5 minutes takes 25 minutes to play. It's ludicrous. It's painfully slow. It's bad for the advertisers. It's just bad all the way around. Let AI tell us who touched the ball last instead of letting some part-time employee referee go to the sideline and look at the monitor every 5 seconds.
Well, in college, Diesel, also what slows the game down a lot is timeouts. And here's the deal. You'll never have a coach agree to this, but I hate timeouts at the end of the game. I hate watching a college basketball game, and in the last 4 minutes, there's 4 to 5 timeouts taken.
Yeah.
And I know coaches will never, ever, ever, because it's all about strategy, right? Getting the ball, a half-court set versus a full – I get that. However, from a product standpoint, there's nothing more. You're right. It's the ending of a college basketball game can be brutal to watch.
Well, here's the deal. You could change the nature of those timeouts and say, hey, you get to call a timeout here, but you don't get the full 30 seconds or 60-second timeout. You shorten the timeout. You only get a reset. It's not a timeout anymore. It's a reset. So instead of, taking the ball full court, you beep, blow the whistle, move the ball up to half court, bam, you just burn a timeout. You don't get 30 seconds to a minute to stand there and think about it and talk about it and go over it with your team. You've been practicing this all season. You should know what to do in this situation at that point.
Buckeye Brian says, why is men's college basketball the only league that has 2 halves instead of 4 quarters?
Very good question, Buckeye Brian. I tried to try to explain that to my wife the other day, who's not a huge sports fan, not the other day, but last season. She's like, how come the women play quarters and the men play halves? I'm like, I don't know. They just do.
They just do.
I
don't know. I kind of like the halves in college basketball.
Why?
Well, the quarters for me provide a little bit. And again, I don't want to turn this into a conversation we don't need to have. And I know we got to run to a break. I think the quarters were designed. Yeah, I'm not going to say that because I don't want to. I'll piss somebody off. There's a female out there that'll take offense to that. However, I'll just say this. I like the way the duration of the halves are designed rather than the four quarters in terms of the flow of the game, not having the breaks. Again, I'm all about less breaks. Flow of the game, let's go.
So you're saying it's there to give women a chance to take a breather?
I didn't say that.
Well, why do they need it in the NBA then?
You said
why do those little girls?
Well, those are long quarters.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it. I just don't want it. I don't like it. I do not like it. We'll go back, Diesel, in the very next segment to a prediction. We will give our thoughts on if this prediction can actually happen or not. In case you missed it, Tolo Rick made quite the prediction yesterday. If you have not heard it yet, we'll play it for you next. You know, sports radio is fantastic for predictions, especially when they're right. However, sometimes predictions are not right. And Diesel, we had quite the prediction yesterday from our buddy Rick and Greer, who you heard moments ago on the Tolo Takeover. In case you missed it, Tolos, it was a bombshell. I mean, if it were to have happened, it would be one of the biggest trades that we can remember. Here's what Tolo Rick from Greer predicted yesterday on this show.
Okay, I'm going to break some news for you, but one day before it's going to happen, okay?
Okay.
Bryce Young's going to be traded to Jacksonville for a second-round pick and Sunshine Boy from Clemson. He's headed to Carolina. He'll be the first player ever played for Carolina from Clemson. It will happen tomorrow. Just give me credit for it. Okay?
Now, what are you basing this off of?
Do what?
What are you
What
basing?
am I basing it on?
Yeah.
I'm basing it on an ex-GM from the Carolina Panthers. Mark Richardson is one of my friends, and he called and he said, "Keep your mouth shut, but I know you love Carolina Panthers, and this is what they're talking about doing, and it's going to happen. Watch it soon."
Well, you definitely didn't keep your mouth shut, did you?
Yeah, you just told it to millions of people.
I never keep my mouth shut, okay? I got
That's
a habit of running my freaking mouth, okay? And I'm always kidding around, so I don't have the credibility.
That's right.
I want my credibility when it happens tomorrow.
Well, Rick, Diesel, can you check ESPN.com, please? Scroll to the top.
Let's go to Adam Schefter's.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter's Twitter account.
And can you look and see if you see any breaking news about Trevor Lawrence and Bryce Young?
Okay. Adam Schefter's Twitter account right now. The story about Broncos wide receiver Josh Reynolds being in a shooting last Friday in Denver. That's there.
Not good.
No, but nothing about Trevor Lawrence and the Panthers.
You think it'd be like on MySpace or something? I mean, wonder why we haven't not seen this yet.
The Rams, they have activated wide receiver Puka Nacua off of IR.
Well, maybe you hadn't scrolled down far enough. I bet that's what it is.
Vikings are not going to play TJ Hawkinson tonight against the Rams. That might be relevant to some of you playing fantasy football there. Tom, talking to you. Let's see. Jameson Williams suspended. Jaden Daniels going to practice tomorrow. That's interesting news.
So no Trevor Lawrence news is what you're saying.
As of right now, no.
And then Rick, when you asked him about it, I don't know, 45 minutes ago, says, "Oh, the day's not midnight hasn't happened yet." So Rick is now calling for a late night bombshell. And I know
these guys get deals done all hours of the night.
And I know Woj retired not long ago, so it won't be a Woj bomb, but maybe a Shefty bomb at 8 o'clock. I mean, can you imagine literally Thursday night football about to kick off, and all of a sudden, I want to know what your text message to me would say, Diesel, if at 8:15 tonight, breaking news hit that Bryce and Trevor were indeed traded.
I would say Rick gets the 3 o'clock segment tomorrow.
I know. He can have my job.
Have the whole first 15 minutes, Rick, if you were right about this.
So as of right now, he looks to be wrong, right? He looks to be wrong.
Full of it is how I would put it.
And again, the best part is he gave us a name in the promo or in the phone call, rather.
Yeah.
Of the person that told him. So, Rick, maybe I would say you've got to get better sources. An ex-GM. Was he a GM of an NFL team or a fantasy football team?
Are you sure he's not GM of the Bojangles down the street from Bank of America Stadium?
So if that were to happen, would that be – I mean, I don't know how – Trevor Lawrence in Carolina obviously would be intriguing because, as Rick said, to be the first Tiger to ever play for the Panthers, Diesel, but – number one, I don't think it's going to happen. Sorry, Rick. Number two, if it did.
Wait, what name did he give us as an ex-GM?
Let's find out.
It was a Richardson, wasn't it? It was like Marty Richardson.
We'll find out. I've got the tape.
Okay. I'm going to break some news for you, but one day before it's going to happen. Okay.
Okay.
What are you basing this off of?
Do what?
What are you basing?
Am I basing it on?
Yeah.
Ready?
I'm basing it on an GM from the Carolina Panthers, Mark Richardson.
Did he say
Mark Richardson. Just double checking to make sure I didn't miss anybody here. But Dan Morgan, Scott Fitterer, Marty Herney, Dave Gettleman, George Seifert, Dom Capers, Bill Polian. Marty Richardson has never been a GM of the Carolina Panthers. There's been no Marty Richardson.
Now, Mark Richardson, does he mean Mark Richardson in terms of like Mark, the one that founded the Rick, what are we talking about?
That was Jerry.
And I think they were related, obviously. I don't know how. This is what we get. This is Rick. I'm telling you, man. Rick, we appreciate you. We love you. But I don't think that your prediction is going to come true. What do you say, Diesel?
I don't think either. That would be Shad Khan's defining moment of idiocy. Running.
Oh my God.
That's not to say Trevor Lawrence is a fantastic quarterback in the NFL either. But bro, you wouldn't give up Trevor Lawrence for Bryce Young. In no world ever would that happen. When we come back, Cole, we talked earlier about the threat level on South Carolina, on Clemson's schedule from the remaining opponents left on the schedule. We'll quickly run through that, Cole, get back to what we thought the threat levels would be, and then talk about South Carolina. What's the threat level that every opponent they faces in playing South Carolina, A&M, Vandy, Missouri, Clemson, Wofford? That's next. Cole, I don't like thinking this way. I don't like where we are, but we are more than halfway into the college football season, which means we have less than half of a college football season to go.
It's not good.
I don't like it. No. Man. Like, we wait so long for college football to come back, and then poof, more than half of it's gone already.
And I was laughing because I looked at the stream for the first time, and you're like, whoa, his Diesel's right there in your face. It's got a different angle.
Yeah, I just stand
He's
up,
above
man.
the clouds.
We have these chairs that have literally been sitting in these studios for over 20 years. Number one, they're stained, they're dirty, they stink.
You need a chair sponsor.
But yeah, we have to sit in these things all day, and they hurt, man. So
and
you
by the way,
up every now
Diesel texter from the 346 chimed in and said Mark Richardson was Jerry Richardson's son. And you know what? I know that there's ties there, but again, I just don't know. And I know Madcraft's brought that up on the stream as well. I just don't know that was there was any legitimacy.
We were told by Rick, former GM of the Carolina Panthers. Mark Richardson has never been a GM of the Carolina Panthers. Mark Richardson was the son of the founder and owner, Jerry Richardson. Had a big title, had a job to do inside the building, but not a former GM. So what are you talking about, Rick? What are you talking about? This is also the same Rick who says that his son runs a pole dancing class out of a small ice cream shop.
Yeah, and Texter said Mark was unceremoniously asked to or invited to resign along with his brother when they were accused of Jerry tanking in order to get Cam.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Texters, Tolos still need your upset picks. By the way, you can text us in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan, then give us your name, your game, and the spread in the wire-to-wire upset picks challenge. Remember, you're picking an underdog to win the game outright, not beat the spread. So go to ESPN.com. If you're new to the challenge, great, jump in. You never know. You could go on a heater, hit a couple of them in a row, and be right there in the middle of the pack or even top part of this challenge. All you got to do is pick a game where you think the betting underdog is going to win the game outright, and then text us at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Give us your name, your game, and the spread. Cole, we spent some time earlier in the show today talking about the threat level that the Clemson Tigers face from the remaining teams on their schedule. Not to rehash all of that all over again, Cole, but I do think there are some legitimate threats on this schedule for the Clemson Tigers. Clemson has a bye this week. Next week, they'll take on Louisville at home, which it feels like the Clemson Tigers have already played a ton of home games. How do they keep having more on the schedule, Cole? But Louisville, I do think, is a legitimate threat to Clemson. They play very well. It seems as if Louisville plays up to their competition, right? They played SMU close, they played Notre Dame close, and they played Miami close. Now, that's the big one. Now, Louisville has played pretty decent defense against most of their schedule until they played Miami. And Cam Ward does that to people, right? Cam Ward will put up a lot of points on pretty decent defenses, but then Miami turned around and gave up a lot of points to SMU. So it seems as if no moment is too big for Louisville. Against Miami, excuse me. Seems like no moment is too big for Louisville, and they tend to play up to competition, which is why I think that Louisville is about a 7 level threat to me, 7 out of 10 level threat. If they make this thing a night game in Death Valley, I don't know what slate of games are coming up next weekend, but man, put this thing on as a night game. This would be a fascinating one.
Yeah, I don't think Clemson rather has a ton of threats in terms of serious threats. Now, look, the only thing that I would say when you're talking about Clemson and the remaining schedule, just to kind of put a bow on what we talked about in the very first hour of the show, I think Clemson's Diesel, and I didn't get to this, I think Clemson's biggest threat down the stretch is Clemson. I really do. I think them getting in their own way is their biggest threat. And then behind that, I would put South Carolina. I think South Carolina poses more of a threat on the schedule than anybody else does. And then I would have Louisville. As I said in hour number 1, I really have been impressed with Louisville's offense. Now, their defense hasn't impressed me. They haven't been a good defensive team in 2024. So I'd agree with you. However, I just don't know that Louisville will be – if Clemson plays Clemson football the way they have the past 6-7 weeks, Diesel, it goes back to what I said. I believe Clemson's their biggest threat, their biggest fear in terms of beating themselves. Yeah. That's probably where I would start.
Well, obviously things change once you get into ACC play. It gets a lot easier compared to what Clemson faced in the out-of-conference, at least to start the season. After that, Clemson kind of ran through a lot of teams after that. Cole, so I think Louisville is a big threat. I think South Carolina is a bigger threat. Luckily for Clemson, they get both of those games at home. So they'll have the friendly confines. They're going to stick South Carolina fans way up there in the nosebleeds. You let parents and family members sit down close. You're going to put the rest of the Gamecock fans all the way at the very top. And Cole, there's something that Clemson does that I'm sure other schools do the same thing as well, but I've definitely seen this while working a Clemson South Carolina game being played at Death Valley. Instead of giving the visiting team an entire section or 2 whole sections of the upper deck, which is like what a lot of schools do, Clemson spreads them out all the way across the tippy top line. So they give them the top like 15, 20 rows of the entire upper deck. That spreads them out. That doesn't allow them to build some big cacophonous noise out of that section, especially, if Clemson were to be heading down to the end zone that has the Oculus. And if you had the South Carolina fans sitting right there in the corner, friends and family, they're going to have those seats no matter what. But it keeps them from having basically an entire vertical column in that end zone bearing down on top of the Clemson offense there. So I think that's really fascinating and a little bit of gamesmanship that Clemson does in the way they structure and where they put visiting fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if any other teams do that, but I have – I've never noticed that, but I don't know if that's just a Clemson thing or not.
Yeah. Does anybody else do that? Does Clemson do that for other teams? I'm trying to remember back, Cole, and I'd have to it's not good radio. I would look it up on my phone, the photos that I took while we were working the App State game earlier on the season and see if they did the same thing with those fans. But I just find that as a little fascinating piece of gamesmanship. I don't see a huge threat out of Pitt, Cole. I don't see a huge threat out of Virginia Tech either. So I think Clemson is going to be just fine in those football games. Yeah. But you're right. The last game of the season facing South Carolina at Clemson, that is a solid 8 threat level for me just because of how good this South Carolina defense is, the kind of maulers they have on that defensive line, the way that they have fantastic ball hawks out there playing corner. Cade Klubnik, I don't think is going to be able to throw the ball all over this South Carolina team, right? They're going to need Phil Maffa to get much more involved than he already is. I know he's having a good season, but they're going to need to get him much, much more involved to take the pressure and not make Cade have to throw so much.
Yeah, I think so. And again, it's still 3 or 4 weeks away, so obviously things could change. Injuries could happen between now and then. But no, there's no doubt that the South – this is an easy answer. South Carolina is the biggest threat Clemson has. Not talking about themselves, there's no doubt that this terrible schedule that Clemson has, it's definitely the Gamecocks at the very bottom of the schedule, whose defense will their defense, to your point, it'll be tough. It'll be tough. Clemson's going to have to protect not only the running game, but the quarterback. I mean, and again, we'll get into it. We're not breaking down this game, but the fascinating part about that game is how Clemson handles the pressure.
So, Cole, let's turn this thing around. Let's talk South Carolina Gamecocks and what kind of threat they pose to the teams that are left on their schedule. Obviously, we've just talked about Clemson, so we don't need to go back and talk about that one at the tail end of this segment. But let's go to the 3 remaining SEC games. A&M at home, Vandy on the road, Missouri at home. How big of a threat do the South Carolina Gamecocks pose to all 3 of those teams?
How big of a threat does South Carolina pose to them?
Yes.
South Carolina to A&M poses a huge threat because just like we talked about with South Carolina's defense and earlier going through Clemson's schedule, I don't know. And again, this is no disrespect to the teams A&M's played, but A&M, when you look at their schedule, this might be the best defense that they faced in 2024. You look at Notre Dame, very good defense, by the way, McNeese, Florida, Bowling Green, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi State, LSU, and then South Carolina. So, yeah, to answer my own question, I think this is the best defense they'll face. And, again, they'll face Texas at the end of the season. We know Texas has a good defense. But this could be one of the better units that A&M faces. So, yeah, South Carolina definitely. Look, you asked the question just now. South Carolina poses a threat to every single one of them. I mean, South Carolina's defense, as I said earlier in the week, their defense gives them a chance in every game the rest of the way out.
The problem, Cole, is their offense doesn't threaten anyone. The offense doesn't threaten anyone. The offense threatens Wofford, but the offense doesn't threaten A&M, Vandy, Missouri, or Clemson, really. So the defense can play a legit football game, right? And again, trying to ask them to go out and get 3 scores off of turnovers in the first half, that is far and away beyond what you could expect South Carolina's defense to give you on a week in and week out basis. If you could get 1 score off of turnovers, you're in a really good spot, right? That's probably what most teams would love to have out of their defenses on a week in and week out basis, and then stop the run, obviously, and play solid defense outside of that, Cole. But to say that this offense can go out and be a legitimate threat against A&M, that's what's really tough for me. Now, if you get this A&M win, that is one of those big old helmet scouting wins. Obviously, you've now got the Oklahoma helmet in your bag. You've got the Kentucky helmet in your bag. Outside of that, you haven't had a lot of big marquee wins this season. You got to get the A&M win. That's how you start making that perceptual jump in the SEC, is getting that A&M win. If you lost to Vandy, it wouldn't really hurt you that much. I know it would hurt your pride, Gamecock fans, if you lost to Vanderbilt, but this Vanderbilt team is going to be seen as a team of destiny. If you lost that game 3-5 years from now, people are going to go back and say, yeah, but Vandy was not Vandy that year. Vandy was doing something different. They were on something special that year.
The only thing I would say about the offense, and I'm not going to push back on the offensive take that you had about the offense not posing a threat. However, it is an equalizer when you have a defense like South Carolina does. They do have the ultimate equalizer of being able to absolutely shut down opponents. And when offenses are in 3rd and long, even 2nd and long against this defense, you can pretty much shut it up. You can pretty much shut it down. I mean, it is absolutely an offensive coordinator's dream to have a defense that's good. However, it would also be the dream of the defensive coordinator to have an offense that could actually help out. The problem is we haven't seen anything that show other than the LSU game. We know that South Carolina put up a lot of points, 33 points in the LSU game. They're capable of moving the football. But in the past few weeks, in recent memory of us watching South Carolina football, they haven't done that. Now, you could argue that last week against Oklahoma, the offense wasn't asked to do a whole lot. You could argue that they were not asked to go out there and put together huge drives to go and take the lead because they didn't need to. The defense, again, they had a stranglehold on the Sooners' offense. So to your point, their offense doesn't threaten many people. However, the defense does act as an equalizer. The only thing I would say is, you know, as well as I do, at some point, and I said this against LSU, at some point, that offense is going to have to answer the bell. And if you are a Gamecock fan, I don't know if you believe that offense has the gumption, has the wherewithal to go and win games at this point. We all know, we all believe in the defense. We know it's one of the better units in the country, but we just don't know as of yet if the offense can also answer the bell.
Yeah, and you know, we've discussed many times that progression during a season is not linear. Just because you had a great game against Oklahoma where you didn't turn the ball over and you didn't have a whole lot of penalties doesn't mean that you're going to see that performance and better next week and the week after that and the week after that. We have seen so much inconsistency with this offense that it's going to have to rely on its defense. The team is going to have to rely on the defense, and that's not news to anybody, Cole. What's funny is there's a chance, Cole, that the defense actually saves the offensive coordinator's job this season, right? The defense could be so good that it masks all of the deficiencies in Dowell Loggins' offense that he stays around, because we know Shane Beamer highly loyal to his guys.
He is. It'll be interesting. I mean, I hear you. Maybe it does. Maybe the job of Clayton White could help Dow Loggins, but at the same time, Dow Loggins, you can see clear as day that he's not. I don't want to say he's not good. He's just not doing the job that a lot of people think he should be doing in South Carolina. So it'll be interesting to see. Let's go to the phones, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. Creed and Cowpens wants to chime in. What's up, Creed?
Hey, this is just kind of dream time. And I'll be honest, I didn't love the 12 stuff in playoffs, but it really does make for good dreams. There's a lot of teams that are still can have a halfway legitimate dream of getting in. And this is one of those where teams, fans, they forget the games you won by 1 point. They remember the one that you barely lost. They always do that. But in South Carolina's case, they've really only lost 1 game to Mississippi. The other 2, they were truly a coin toss. LSU and Alabama were coin tosses. If you get the right side of the coin on either one of those games, you right now in late October, you still have a dream. Now, I know you'll say it's a dream, but you still have a dream of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
And nobody could have even thought South Carolina had a dream of making the playoffs. They're that good on defense that it's dream to be alive right now.
And they are, Creed. And I don't push back on anything you said. However, at the end of the day, nobody turned the ball over except for South Carolina. They turned the ball over. Lenora Sellers put the ball on the ground. Lenora Sellers had turnovers. He threw interceptions. So, I hear you, but at the same time, their quarterback made the mistakes and that's the reason they're not a one-loss team right now.
Oh, well, they're a one-loss team because Mississippi beat them. There's nothing they could do. That game there is a loss. There's no maybe. It's the other 2.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you got both of them. I'm saying if you would have got either one of those 2, you could still be dreaming right now. You could still be dreaming.
Could be.
You're not wrong.
Both, they can't dream no more.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Creed.
That just shows how important those close games are. You got to win them.
4-3 right now with 5 games to go. One of those is definitely going to be a win. So if you got 5-3 with 4 games after that, Cole, there's a real possibility this is an 8-win football team this year. And then you go win a bowl game, you got a 9-win football team. That is a fantastic way to build into the 2025 season.
Yeah, and the reality of it is it is a week-to-week league in the SEC. While we look at it now with 3-4 weeks ahead, 3-4 weeks at a time, much like the NFL, the SEC is week to week. Right now, we may think, South Carolina has a chance to win them all. But then again, for whatever reason, after A&M, we might sit here and Diesel say, oh, God, this team, they're in trouble. What happened to the defense? They get carved up. It's that good. It's that competitive that, it's super easy for us to sit here and say this could happen, this should happen. But at the end of the day, you got to go out there and win these games if you're Beamer.
Best case, worst case out of these 4 remaining games, Cole, I see best case being 2-2. Worst case, anything less than that.
Yeah, I think so. Just like we did on Tuesday.
No way they're going to lose all 4 of those football games. Yeah. That's not going to happen. They're going to win at least 1, probably 2. If you're asking South Carolina to go win 3 of their last 4, the way this offense has been inconsistent all season long, I'd say that's a little bit of a stretch. But if you go 2-2 down the stretch against these 4 Power 4 opponents, you've had a good season.
You do. You have. And again, it's every game, even though I know people don't say the Walford game, but every game's still huge. It really is. Beamer needs these, man. People don't realize it. Every game for South Carolina is a big game. So it'll be really interesting to see. We had David Newton of ESPN on the program earlier today. We'll replay that for you next. what was a car incident for the quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Yeah, and not the best team in the Carolinas is a nice way of putting it, by the way. I mean, not even close. But, yeah, Bryce, it's interesting because there was no indication that Bryce was going to get it back in any game this year unless Andy Dalton got hurt, at least for a significant amount of time for a start. And nobody thought it would come in a car accident, but, you know, lo and behold, that's what happened. So, thankfully, nothing seriously happened to Andy and his family and his dog, except for the sprained thumb on Andy, but it's on his throwing hand. They were worried enough about that initially. They said he probably can't practice this week, maybe he can be ready to be the backup, but it's just not worth going out there with a guy that's not 100%, especially with his on his throwing hand and ready to go. So Bryce is getting another shot. So, you know, I've been talking to guys about what Bryce has been doing on the scout squad. And they said he's been, I think, David Clowney kind of summed it up best, but he's been saucing us and throwing dimes. So he's impressed some people with what he's done there. I know that's against the Panthers defense, which has not been good enough to stop anybody lately, but still, it's been I think the best thing that's come out of that is that Bryce is out there making plays and not hesitating. I think everything that's happened to him with the pass rush and everything the last few years, I think he was sort of hesitant to do some things out there. And anyway, I think it's a positive thing for them to give him another shot. I felt like he deserved another shot anyway. I mean, they lost 4 straight games under Andy Dalton, and it really weren't going anywhere with him right now. So I felt like this is probably going to happen at some point. So we're going to see it now.
David, is there an indication that I guess Andy Dalton is going to travel with the team and be prepared to be, you know, QB2 in this game, or are they pushing him down the depth chart a little bit farther, pulling somebody else off the practice squad to fill in that role?
No, their plan right now is hopefully Andy's healed enough where he can be ready to be the backup if he's called upon. Whether they'll keep Jack Plummer available just in case on the roster, I don't think they will. But you know, again, right now it looks like they hope that Andy can be that guy as the backup. But we'll know more about that later in the week.
David, to your knowledge, was there any discussions before this car incident of allowing Bryce to get back that starting role, or was it solely due to what happened with Andy Dalton?
Solely due to what happened with Andy Dalton. Like I said at the beginning here, there's been no indication that he was going to get any kind of a chance until Andy Dalton got hurt. Yeah. Nobody just thought it'd be in a car wreck.
Talking right now with David Newton, ESPN, covers the Carolina Panthers. David, it's tough to say this team is sort of in tank mode already at this point in the season. 7 games in, still a lot of football left to be played. But as we do approach the trade deadline here in just about a week and a half, what moves or non-moves have you seen thus far, or that you anticipate that would suggest this team is quote unquote tanking, i.e. not doing everything possible to win?
I don't think I've seen any indication of tanking at all. You know, the trade deadline is coming up, and I think that, you know, if the right offer came along for player here or there, I think they would probably have to listen. But I just don't even think that's going to happen right now. Chuba's not a guy they're going to move on from, even though they're going to get their rookie Jonathan Brooks back here in the next week or two. Deontay Johnson, at least a couple of weeks ago, for all indications were he wanted to stay, and Canales wanted him to stay, and with the hope that they'd get him a long-term deal. There's not really a whole lot of candidates out there they could trade, so I'm not sure exactly. You know, when you're 1-6 and you have 6 straight losing seasons, there's not really a whole lot of material out there that people are looking for to rebuild. I think if anybody goes though, Deontay Johnson is probably the most attractive trade bait they got.
David, we were having this discussion yesterday with a lot of Carolina Panthers fans and our audience here in the upstate of South Carolina. You know, we were playing the role if we were GM. If you were to take that hat, is there a clear, significant plan on what the Panthers need to do, A, B, and C, to turn the page? Or do you agree with me and what I said yesterday that they're just at rock bottom, and right now it just kind of seems like there's no bright future anytime soon?
It's kind of a little bit of both. I mean, I think they've done a good job of rebuilding the offensive line this year. I think that group's done better. Even though they've had a couple of injuries, they've still been better than they were a year ago. I think they've upgraded at receiver. I think Jonathan Brooks is going to be the back of the future, and Chuba is a guy that looks like he's going to be a guy that could help them long term as well. The defense is where I think most of the issues are right now. I mean, you You mean losing Derrick Brown in the first game? That was just crushing. I mean, you lose your best run stopper, best defensive player, period, maybe the best player on the entire team. But you can't just replace him. So they need to add some pieces on that defense. They need to get another outside rusher. They've got DJ Wanham that's going to come back in the next week or two. They've opened this 21-day window to return. He's a guy they were counting on before the season to be ready, but he's had some setbacks and he's not been able to play. So they've had injuries have just really decimated this defense. I mean, they can't compete or stop anybody right now the way they are, but they are getting some pieces back. So I think they're rebuilding in the right way. But again, the key is going to be finding that quarterback of the future. And if it's not Bryce Young, I don't think it's going to be Andy Dalton. At 36 years old, they're going to have to. If Bryce can't prove himself here second half of the season, then they're going to have to be back in that mix of trying to find out whether they want to go with another rookie or they want to get another veteran that can play.
Talking right now with David Newton of ESPN. Look him up on Twitter at DNewtonESPN. David, are you noticing any special chemistry building among the plethora of South Carolina Gamecocks that are on the defensive side of the ball for the Carolina Panthers? DJ Wanham, Jadeveon Clowney, J.C. Horn. Noticing anything special developing there? I know they all came from different eras of South Carolina Gamecocks, but they all came from the same place, so you'd have to think there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, the special thing, I guess, and it's not very special, is that Clowney's missed the last 2 weeks with an injury, and one of them hadn't played a game with an injury. And, JC's trying to stay healthy so they can relate to all that kind of thing. But, I haven't noticed anything really special out there other than that the whole locker room and the chemistry among the players, even though the record's really dreadful, they still believe in each other. They have that trust that they can get this thing turned around. I was talking to Clowney yesterday, and Clowney, I was reminding him back in 2014 when Cam Newton had a car crash, and that team was 4-8-1, and they rallied to win their last 3 games, and even with Cam missing a game, and made the playoffs as division champions with a losing record. So I think they still believe that the division's up for grabs.
David, I want to get your opinion on a conversation we've had several times recently with Panther fans about the quarterback of the future. You mentioned it a few moments ago. Is your opinion or your philosophy rather, that finding the quarterback of the future is the best plan moving forward? Or do you find yourself in the other boat of, hey, let's build a really good team, and then, down the road we'll find a quarterback to plug and play?
Well, I think that's what they thought they had done last year when they brought Bryce in. I think they thought they had built a team that could let a rookie quarterback have success. Turned out the offensive line was not very good at all. So they rebuilt that. But I think that kind of is the goal. I agree. If you can get the right pieces in there, you can get an above average quarterback and at least have some success. So I think it all kind of works hand in hand. I mean, again, they thought they had the quarterback of the future in Bryce Young. They thought they had the line built last year. So they just thought a lot of things the wrong way and not really successful. So I still haven't given up on Bryce. I still think there's a chance he could turn things around, but I think this next couple of weeks is going to be key.
David, we're celebrating our 150th show here on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson today. And in our young tenure doing this show together, we had the opportunity to bring on Matt, the owner of the Dilworth Neighborhood Grill, which I know infamously likes to needle at David Tepper a little bit. There's been a couple of signs out recently, and I want to know, knowing what you know of David Tepper, which one of these gets his goat the most? Gonna have to start winning if we want home field. And if we win a second game, tickets will go up again. Which one of those do you think?
I pass that every day when I'm coming here to the stadium. It's not far from my house. And probably the ticket one would probably irritate him the most. But the one on draft night definitely irritated him enough where he pulled over and went inside and took the guy's hat off. So that guy's really good at what he does as far as the signage out there. So I don't see him letting up at all. And we haven't heard anything from Tepper since the incident on draft night. So I think he's laying low with the signage and everything else around here. So anyway, I think it's kind of funny, but I think that kind of sets the tone for what the mood is in this city.
For sure, without a doubt. David, your thoughts on what is the NFC South with the Falcons and the Bucks both at 4-3. The Saints, who started 2-0, have lost 5 in a row, and New Orleans trending in the wrong direction. And then obviously the Panthers at the bottom of the division, 1-6.
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans, I think if they get Derek Carr back and get a few other people healthy, have a chance to be a factor. I really like Tampa Bay. I think they're built the best right now. I think Atlanta will probably stick around for most of the season and be a contender in there. But, those two teams play each other, Tampa and Atlanta, this week. So one of them is going to be 4-4 and one's going to be 5-3 after this weekend. I think Tampa Bay is probably the favorite to win the division. I don't think that Atlanta can keep up with them, but I think they have a lot of talent on that team. And again, that's an example of they built a team and then threw Kirk Cousins in the mix and doing pretty good right now with that. So I think that model works pretty well. So anyway, I think that those are the two teams I expect to see battle it out. I mean, but I don't think any of these teams are going to run away with it. I don't think anybody's going to be like 12-4. I think 9 wins could still win this division.
David Newton of ESPN joining us. He covers the Carolina Panthers. My last question for you, David. When you're 1-6, it's hard to find the things that a coaching staff is doing well. It's easy to blame and point a lot of fingers. But what are you seeing from Dave Canales that you would say he's doing well in his rookie campaign, despite not having a whole lot of success in the wins and loss column?
Well, he's remained positive. I guess that's the biggest thing. I mean, there wasn't much positivity around here last year, and when he came in, it just sort of lit the room up with the positivity brought. It's not been as much. He hadn't been as bright as he was early in the season. That's understandable, but he's focusing on, one day at a time, getting better, because he knows that this is not going to be an overnight thing. So I think from that standpoint, just his mental approach and positivity is what he brings here.
And, David, my last question for you. We opened the show with this today. Look, you've been covering the NFL for a long time, and I'm sure you have an opinion on it. But Tua right now he's in the news with his remarks earlier this week in his press conference about not wanting to wear a Guardian helmet and the injuries. It does not seem to change his outlook on playing. Your thoughts on where he is mentally and all the quarterback play you've seen throughout your time covering the NFL, if that's a smart decision for him to continue to play?
As far as him continuing to play, that's for him to decide. I mean, I think it's ridiculous he won't put on the Guardian cap, because I think every lineman should have one on. I think that, a quarterback that's been through what he's been through should have one on. So I just don't understand that at all. I mean, this is your long-term future. I mean, Luke Kuechly gave up the game early because of that. There's a number of players. I've talked to players that have been in the league, were in the league a long time, but died at a young age because of all the hits they took and they had. So, I mean, I just don't understand that mentality and that thinking there. I know they think they're invincible sometimes, superheroes out there, but from what he's been through, if the Guardian cap gives him any kind of protection, he should be wearing it. If he decided not to play and walk away, I would understand that as well. But not wearing the Guardian cap to me is just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, David, juxtapose that with the news from earlier today. I know it's coming from the college ranks, but that Grayson McCall has decided to hang up the cleats because of all the head injuries that he's taken. So, everybody makes a decision differently. I know Grayson had a lot more money left on the table compared to Tua, who's certainly earned, life-changing generational money at this point in his career. But it's a hard thing for anybody to hang up the thing that they love doing the most. We appreciate your time today. Thank you so much, and we appreciate the insights on the Carolina Panthers.
Thanks a lot, mate.
Some late daily wires coming in, Cole. This is the buzz around the sports world this afternoon. Yeah, John Force has teased a return to NHRA. He won't race. He's 75 years old, but he will attend to support his two-car team. He suffered a traumatic brain injury in June when he hit a wall at 300 miles an hour. So 75-year-old John Force has more sense than 25-year-old Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because now Madcraft can't say, why don't y'all talk racing about the guy that hit the wall going fast? Why don't y'all talk about that? We talked about it.
There you go.
What sport was that?
NHRA.
NHRA.
Funny car racing.
Madcraft, there's your NHRA. Since you were going to ask why we haven't talked about those drivers getting hurt, there you go.
South Carolina tops the women's AP top 25. South Carolina number 1, UConn 2, Southern Cal 3, Texas 4, UCLA number 5. Cole. Denver Broncos wide receiver Josh Reynolds and another man were injured in a shooting early Friday morning, that would be this morning, in Denver after they were followed from a strip club. The event apparently happened around 3 a.m. However, Josh Reynolds was at the Broncos facility today and has been in communication with the team offering support. He's also been watching practices on field all week.
Now, this was you tripped me out for a second, big time. Like for a good 4 seconds, I thought, holy, you know what? Is today Friday? So this happened.
This happened last.
Was that?
Unless the report was just wrong and said Thursday.
It had to be this morning, right? And usually, by the way, when those when shootings happen, usually somebody does get injured. So not good there, but
yeah.
And that was, what's the guy's name?
Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds. Okay.
Josh Reynolds. So I take that back. I guess it happened last Friday. It happened last Friday, and Josh Reynolds is back out at practice watching practices.
Wow.
Excuse us. Got that a little bit wrong
after a shooting.
Yeah. Denver may be a weird place, but it is not 24 hours ahead of the rest of us.
I was going to say, crap, I forgot, Dang.
Cole, are you going to get up early and watch MGK do the halftime show from Giants Panthers?
Now, is this Sunday morning? When you say get up early, we're talking 9 o'clock start, 9 o'clock kick. Is that right?
Yeah, I assume so.
The past few Sundays, I have watched a little bit of the overseas football. I don't mind it. I don't hate it, but no, I don't have much interest in Machine Gun Dylan Stewart. Machine Gun Kelly. Why? What is the connection there, though? Is there just random?
He's just a popular artist.
And this game's not in London, though, like the other ones.
No, this one's in Munich.
Munich, okay.
This one's in Munich, and so we don't know if he's traveling to Munich to do the halftime show. And they haven't done halftime shows of the other games, have they? Unless, they're doing something locally, but not putting it out on the air.
So is this the same stadium Florida State and Georgia Tech played at, I guess, right? It had to be.
Munich played in Dublin.
So is this the first game? Maybe I'm drawing a blank. Maybe this is the first one in Munich. So Munich, okay, you're right. They played in Dublin. I don't know why I was getting confused there. So that's interesting. Munich, Germany. A soccer stadium, I'm sure.
Maybe because it's the last one, and that's why they're choosing to send it out with a bang.
Yeah.
Because I guess they know that nobody's going to tune in and watch Giants Panthers on a Sunday morning. So might as well give the people something to watch, right? MGK. Congratulations.
I'm going to spell a word. I want you to pronounce it. Allianz.
Alliance?
Good job. I guess so. Alliance.
Is that right?
Allianz Arena.
Yeah.
And let's see what the capacity on that sucker is, by the way. That's where the Panthers Giants are playing. It is, oh God. It's a big arena. 75,000.
Wow. How about that?
It's a big soccer stadium. 2,000 new seats were installed just recently.
Oh, they're not going to need them. Let's be
no. How many actual Panther fans do you think will be there?
I feel bad.
6?
I remember at the beginning of the season, Cole, when there was all this hype around the season, second year of Bryce Young, the team's got to be better. Bryce Young's got to be better. And remembering, I can't remember exactly what the dollar figure was, but the Carolina Panthers were selling like all-inclusive packages. Like you don't have to do anything at all. They'll take care of your hotel. They'll take care of your airfare. They'll take care of your travel.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They'll take care of all your food and beverage while you're there. All of it, all inclusive. And it was some gargantuan amount of money. Imagine spending that kind of money and having to fly to Germany to watch this 1-6 Carolina
I'd probably
Panthers
just
team play.
Eat it. Just
I'd try to sell it. I'd try to get rid of it to somebody, once in a lifetime trip opportunity, but like multiple thousands of dollars. We'll have to look it up and see if we can find out what that cost was.
And this game's when?
Sunday.
I thought they played the Broncos Sunday.
Is it next Sunday? Am I getting that wrong?
Maybe it's next. Maybe November let me see. Because didn't you and I talk about the Broncos?
They do play the Broncos this weekend. So that upcoming game against the Giants is 2 weeks from now. I apologize. That's on November 10th, 9:30 a.m. kickoff, November 10th, 2 weeks from now.
It doesn't matter what
is when this. Yeah, they're going to be 1-8 at that point.
Yeah.
So let's be real. Jaden Daniels missed practice yesterday because of a rib injury that he suffered against the Carolina Panthers. I don't know if he's going to play this weekend against the Bears and Caleb Williams. Cole, that's going to put a little bit of a damper on the former number 1 overall pick against the former Heisman Trophy winning game. But Dan Quinn says that Daniels is week to week. I guess it's possible, but very unlikely that we're going to see Jaden Daniels back out there.
I think he should just go out there. I mean, Matt Kraft's philosophy is just ribs. You don't need those. You don't need them. You got what? You got a lot of them.
You got 11 more, right?
So I don't know how many you have, but throw them all out. I can't even count mine. I'm so fat. But just throw them out there. It's just ribs. Texter says the Panthers have a connection to Germany, Diesel, because of BMW. Is this true? Steve Smith has been over there a few times as an ambassador, and they are hyped up about let me click the text.
You have 12 pairs of ribs. You have 24 ribs. So you got 23 more. You break one, you got 23 more. What's the problem? I'm not good at math here. Off the top of my head, 23 out of 24. I'm going to say you have 96% of your ribs still fully functioning. What's the big deal?
So Texter's telling us that the Panthers have a connection to Germany because of BMW. Isn't that crazy? Hyped up about the game, says the Texter. Sorry, I didn't finish it the first time. That's cool. Really cool, Texter. Appreciate you letting us know about that. Texter says Germany likes David Hasselhoff, so don't knock him for liking Carolina too.
Okay, Cole. When NC State quarterback Grayson McCall has officially announced his retirement from football after multiple injuries. He is hanging them up. Congratulations to Grayson McCall on your incredible career. Man. Sucks that it ended the way that it did, but he is now going to focus on his coaching career. So we wish him luck with that.
I'm excited for him. I think he'll be a good coach. Hats off to Grayson. To your point, Diesel, he was a fantastic player. Tolos, we'll see you tomorrow, Friday.